All right. I think I'm live. So if you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, that would be appreciated. Again, if you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number 1. Hey, Fairchild, Bill, Frank, Kevin, Brett, Grillin. Good. All right. Looks like we are Yasmin. Fantastic. Good morning, Bill. All right. It looks like we are, good morning, Michael. Fully operational. So welcome, everybody. Good morning. It is Wednesday, September 24th. The year is 2025. Hey there, Mr. Sheba. And it's been a decent morning. Hey, Zeus, hello. And as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, welcome. It is fantastic to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, here's your first reminder. Hit that like button. We are once again going for 260 likes. Yesterday, we crushed it. Did not quite set a new record, but we had like 325 likes. So yesterday was great. We'll see how today plays out. But yeah, maybe we can, maybe this will be some sort of record-breaking stream here. So right now, I am still working away, trying to bring back to life this account right here, which, what was that, I guess Monday? I don't remember. What happened? Wow, this is bad. Monday, I had a rough day. I don't think I went on tilt. It just was it was just a rough day. Yeah. Okay, that's what happened. Yeah, it was just a trade that did not work out on Monday. But the account still had a little bit left in the tank, so I've been trying to nurse it back to health, and today we're doing decent. Yesterday, the number that I had available left to lose before having it all go away was like, at one point I was in a trade and it got like $22 left, but then the trade went in my favor, came back up, and now I have it up to $700 that I can lose now before the account is gone. So that is what I'm going to be working on today. And like I said, some good action this morning, in my opinion, at least. Once again, getting pretty choppy all of a sudden in this range here. So want to be careful with it. But we'll see what we can do. How are Ichimoku? No, stop changing names. Why do people change their names? Just when I get to know. I think it used to be I Am Trader, right? I think that used to be I Am Trader. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it's such a pet peeve. Yeah, or I am. Why do, like, as somebody that genuinely, like, and this is why it drives me nuts, because, like, it's not for show. Like, I truly like to get to know people. I like to recognize who they are. So when you change your name on me, it's like, now I gotta, it's just so frustrating. So frustrated. I realize, dude, it's just a name change. I know, but put yourself in my shoes as somebody that's truly trying to get to know people, remember who they are, and then you change your name on me. It's like, goodness. Driving me nuts. I should ban you for the day. Hey, good morning, Mike. Morning, Tom. Yeah, it's getting choppy now. This morning, though, let's give credit where credit's due. This was some great movement. In fact, I mean, again, credit where credit's due. If you're wondering how my private community works, so this morning right here, I alerted that nice bear pennant pattern, and that bear pennant broke down right here. So a very nice breakdown at that point. So it's not like it's been total chop fest. That was a nice breakdown, got good continuation and all that. So is it the greatest action I've ever seen? I'm not going to go that far, but I do, in my opinion, think it's better than at least yesterday's action so far. So we'll have to see how things continue to play out. Malika, good morning. Good morning, Jocko. All right, well, if it is to be believed that right now we're in a sideways channel, then, right up around here seems to be the area of a short, as this is an area where previously you can see a couple rejections there, a rejection there, a rejection there. So if it were to come back up there, do you get another rejection? So for you range traders, I'm assuming that that's where they're looking at, up around that area for a short, and I might join them, give it a try. We'll see what happens. Are you being serious right now, I am Adam? It was just a joke. Holy smokes. Let's calm down. Whoa. That is wild, dude. Yeah, yes, I'm joking. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm not going to ban you because you changed your name. I am frustrated because I like to get to know people, but am I going to ban you? Dude, are you serious? Lighten up. Holy smokes, this is the internet. It's the live stream. Goodness. Oh, man, let's not start with the live stream like that. Let's all keep our sense of humors here, folks. All right, if this is a sideways channel, kind of right in the middle of it. Good job, Evil Shaddix. Good morning, Anthony. Morning, Wilson. Michael, I thought you. Well, yeah. You thought I was joking because I was joking. Again, I was not joking about being frustrated. I don't like when people change their names because again, I am genuinely trying to get to know people. I like to get to know people. I think this is fun. I like to try to remember names and all that sort of stuff. But when you change your name, that part is frustrating. But totally joking that I'm going to ban you for changing your name. Like, let's all relax here. You should know me. Like you're not. You've been on the live stream for like a month now. You know I just say stuff. Come on, man. All right, good. I'm glad everybody's back on the same page. All right, I am thinking of a short here, and I'm gonna put my stop slightly above here. If I get filled, so short at the red line. If it wants to get rejected off this is what I'm trying to play here. Maybe I should be waiting for higher up here for a rejection, but I'm going to try it at the red line. Short sounding good right now. I'm with you, Luke. I'm trying to get short. See if we can get a rejection off this potential top part of the range. Clay bans me at least once a week. I don't think I've ever. Stop field. All right, I'm in. First target right there. Come on, come down. There we go, got that target. Good. Let's make sure this is a winning trade. So I'm going to put my stop in green territory. Next target is that green line right there, but this will be a winning trade regardless, as my stop is in green territory. But come on, a little bit more, brother. A little bit more. Oh, come on. There we go. Thank you, sir. You're a good man. You're a good man. Okay, let's see. Put my next one down there. That could very realistically be a bounce point. So let's see if I can get that one for my next target. Did I get it? I have not gotten it. Okay. Now let's play ball. Let's see if we can actually get the breakdown through there. If it bounces, oh well. Still a green one. Let's see if we can get the breakdown. So yes, I would have gotten out of my third target. But like I said, we're gonna play. All right, let me move this down some more. Put it right there. So as it moves in my favor, I'm just continuing to move my stop. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more for that next profit target. Come on, brother. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Put my next target there. Let's put my stop right here. Come on, brother. Oh, I like this. Come on, brother. Let's keep it moving down. Man, why didn't I go with like 30 NQs on this one? What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Got that one. So for this final one, I'll just let it work for me now the rest of the way. And we'll see where this one wants to take me. I only got a partial fill. Oh, man. You only got, oh, partial fill. That's rough. That's very rough. Hey, I think I'm a range trader now. Am I a range trader? I'm a big boy now, or I'm a real boy now. I'm not sure if that's a quote, but I think it's from a movie. Hey, reminder, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 50 likes sooner than later. Again, my entry was this blue line. My stop is now here. So worst case on this final one, I'm making 22 points on it. So not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, I can move it down to there now. I'm thinking this thing's probably getting ready to bounce. So probably going to get stopped out right around here. We're at this area of support, but I'd love to be wrong. So now, worst case, I'm making 25 points on it. And 25, there we go. So I cannot remember what that number was at before that trade, but not too bad for 5 micros. Not too shabby. I'll take that off. Hit that like button if you were in that trade. Hit the like button. Let's go. That might be a good sign of what's to come on the live stream here. Or maybe that'll be my only good trade of a live stream, and now I'm about to get chopped to pieces. But that is some good action right there. Like I'm not going to complain about having my final, worst case scenario. My worst case being I'm making 25 points. Did anybody take that trade? I'm out and going to buy it back up. Yeah, Luke, he was with me. Luke called. He was like, man, he was talking short when it was up here. Yeah, it might be time for a long in all actuality. If we're trading the range, and if this is the bottom of the range somewhere, 88. I'll give it a try. So now if this is some sort of bottom of the range, let's see what it wants to do. Missed the entry and chased it. What did you still make money? That was one where if you chased it, it would have worked out. All right, we are only 2 likes away from 50 already. All right, we are off. This is going to be a good. I can tell this is a good chat. This is a good chat today. Got off to a rough start, but now me and I am Adam. We're on the same page. We're happy as clams. Still made a bit of money on it. That is good. I never did ask, but how are all your days going so far? Good, bad, fantastic, terrible, red, green, passed an account, blew up an account, qualified for a payout. Buy is working. Not for me. Not for me. The buy is not working. I was down a little bit too far. Harley, green, halfway to pro. Very good. Green so far. Great day so far. Good job, Luke. So a good example here of why broad statement trading is no good. Think about it. My broad statement was, okay, I want to try to buy because I think this thing might want to bounce. And notice it is bouncing, but also notice I'm not making any money from it. Why? Well, because I didn't quite get the entry point right. So that's where trading is a game of nuance. Sure, you can be right broadly speaking, but broadly speaking is not good enough. Didn't make trade. No trades for Joss. Not bad. Good job. Yasmin is green. Getting out at break even. All right. I missed 2, but I chased and did get the bottom up 300. Good job, Hoover. Green week. 1K to go to pass first eval. Then I'll start 4 more. Sounds good. Ripped. No trades yet. Oh, Tom is being picky. Ooh. Is this... Oh, boy. It's staying short me. I don't know if I can trust it because we are, as far as I can tell, this is still just the bottom of this range. So I'm not quite sure I want to be getting short at the bottom of the range. Now, if I believe the bottom of the range was about to fall out, then of course I'd be willing to get short here. But I'm not quite willing to make that commitment yet. Made 1,500 just now. Good job, Wallace. Congratulations. Just pay me back by using code Clay. Easy way to pay me back. Code Clay. When you buy your next Take Profit Trader account. Yeah. If anything, Now this candle, I will also admit though that this candle right here has me worried to go long too. So right now, because of that those dynamics, I'm kind of in between territory. I'm killing it today. Decided to stop trading the open bell. Just admitted that it's my. There you go, Evil. Well, it sounds like you've yeah. And for some people, that is where they're like, open. I love the opening bell, but for some people, they're like, nope, I'm not touching the market until the first. Well, I don't know what. How long are you waiting now, Evil Shaddix? Some people I know it's like 15 minutes. Other people it's 30 minutes they don't touch. Where do you stand? How are you defining when, you know, the opening bell action is over? I took that candle, been using 5 minutes and small exit buying. Good job, Wallace. Well done. Well, needless to say, if the price does come back up here, I will once again look for a short up around this area. So I will just assume this is a sideways range until it's not a sideways range. Hey, good morning, Joey. Lost to, oh no. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I really do, I love to see that you are taking sole responsibility. You're not blaming anyone, anything else, because that's the way where you're going to continue to get better. But you know what? It happens, and just keep grinding. I'll come back around 10:30. Okay, so you do not touch the market now. You're finding for the opening hour. Okay. Everybody is always so different. Hey, good morning, Edgar. If I remember right, Edgar's first day was yesterday. What's the big difference in pro account and live account? Live account, you get to, there's even less rules, and you get to keep 90% of your gains. But Tyson, let's cross one bridge at a time, brother. One bridge at a time. Let's first get the test account passed. I applaud people that want to plan things out. I really do. There's a time and place for that. But there's also a time and place, and one of those time and places is Prop Firm World, where let's just cross one bridge at a time. One bridge at a time before you start focusing on, you know, other things. I have an old line in the sand at 785. We can make a huge bounce there. Well, how do you define a huge bounce? What is a huge bounce, Wallace? Like 30 points? 50 points? 100 points? I already passed, just trying to see what it was. And I used... Well, good. I'm glad you already passed. Good. Now, the next phase, get up to the buffer and put that pro account in payment territory. That's your next step. That's your next bridge right now. Clay, what program do you recommend for copy trading with Take Profit Trader? I use Tradovate. So this is what you're seeing right here. And Tradovate has a built-in trade copier, Jason. Hey, Zach. 7 foot jump. 7 feet jump like Michael Jordan. Okay, so a huge bounce for you is 35 points. Roger that. And I do love the way you did define that. You had a statistic, the ATR. So fair enough. That's fair enough. It is putts. So no coincidence why the price after big red is all of a sudden starting to get choppy. Hopefully nobody is surprised by that because, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you look at the chart, there have been buyers down in this general area before. Right here, produced the bounce. Right here, didn't hit exactly, but again, general area. So again, is it shocking to see it all of a sudden stall? No. Now, will it continue to stall? Will it bounce? Nobody knows that. All I'm saying is it makes sense why the price is stalling at an area where previously there had been buyers. So as of now, there are still buyers. It's just a question of are there going to be enough buyers to absorb the demand? So in other words, yes, there's still demand right now. But is the demand going to be strong enough to absorb the supply? That will be the key because that's what controls the market. Just basic supply and demand. Yeah, with current price action, 35, 40 points, good returns. Yep. All right, I am now thinking of a long. I don't know if I want to risk 100 or let's go with 3 because this is a little bit riskier here. So I'll go 3 long at that green line. See if we can get some kind of bounce. I'm in. Out there for a little scalpy scalp. Scalpy scalp. Hindsight will be my judge. Maybe in 2 minutes, if the price is way up here, I will be saying, why did I do a scalpy scalp? Why? So in some senses, my ego wants this to plunge. That way I look really smart. But for anybody else that got along and you're still holding, I'll cheer against my ego. I'll hope that a scalpy scalp was the wrong decision. But hey, you know what? That's why trading's hard, because at the exact moment in time, you do not have hindsight. You do not know what's going to necessarily come next. So right now, looking like scalpy, looking like he chose poorly. Well, I am potentially now for maybe a scalp to the downside here. I don't know. No. I'm gonna hold off on that because we are still down in this general area where the buyers have been hanging out. So, although it looks like I would have been okay. Yep, that would have been okay. That would have been a good little scalpy scalp short side. But again, that's hindsight. So. Hey, Clay, I did end up finding a P&L in the settings on the DOM. Thanks, AA, but I don't use the DOM. I just have it on because I know some people do use it, do like to watch it. But yeah, I don't personally use it, but thank you. All right, let's see what else we can put together here. All right. Yeah, and scalpy scalp would have definitely been the right move as it dropped and came back up. But again, hopefully nobody's shocked because this is, again, if this is a range, we're at the bottom of the range. So history has suggested that right now there are buyers. This is where the buyers like to hang out. And so far, yes, the buyers are hanging out down here. Will they continue to hang out? Nobody knows that. Is anybody long right now? Give me, or I don't know, let's take a little pulse test. Give me a 1 if you're currently long. Give me a 2 if you're currently short. So I am neither that. That's why I'm not typing a number. Edgar's long. Okay. Wow, long's off to a strong start. Harley is short. Bill is okay. Short's making a comeback. Jocko is thinking of getting long. Okay. Okay, we have shorts. You guys are gutsy. You guys are gutsy. I can see you're thinking. You see something that makes you believe this range is going to fail to the downside. I don't see anything, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That would just mean I don't see it. But okay. I can see why people are long. Shorts, a little nervous, but again, to be fair to them, they could very well see something that makes them think that this sideways area here is about to fail. But I don't quite see it, but again, just because I don't see it, the world does not revolve around me. So therefore, because I don't see it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Going with the trend. Yeah, I kinda. I think a valid pushback there, Frank, would be: is there a trend right now, or is this just a sideways range? That's how I think I'd reply to that. Is I'm not quite sure. I'd plant my flag on that there is a trend hill right now. Seems to be it's more of there's just simply a range. Now, if the price can break through the range, then I would agree that puts it back into the downtrend. But right now, I don't know. But we'll see. Maybe Frank's about to be right because it's about to blast down through the white line. Or I'm sorry, it can't go through the white line because the white line is the low of the day. So the white line can simply just get moved lower, but the white line itself, the price can never get below it because that's just telling us where the low of the day actually is. I may be considering another long here. Although with the way the 5 minute looks right now, long looks kind of scary with this candle here forming. See, I'm not going to get long quite yet. Upper shadow here, upper shadow here. So that has me thinking potentially a short, but then I look at the 2 minute and it's like, yeah. All right, let's see. If it drops to the white line and then starts to bounce back up, I may give it another go at the long, from the long side of things. We'll see. Like I said, step one for me, though, is it's got to get down to that white line, and then I can potentially see myself throwing out a buy order. Gonna V-shape with my luck. Come on, be confident. Be confident. Whoop, never mind. That was too big of a jump. Okay, okay, shorts. Okay. Whatever you saw that led you to believe that this range was about to make a breakdown, fine. Now, this could very well be a fake break, so you're not quite out of the woods yet. But if you're looking for just simply a break, you were right. Congrats. To anybody that was long, be disciplined. Friendly reminder to display good discipline. It happens. I can see why you were long. And who knows, maybe this is going to be some sort of snap down. I got stopped out trying long, but only, yep, good job, good discipline. A pattern on 10 minute usually plays out, not always. Yeah, correct, not always, yep. There are no always. Do you also trade stocks sometimes? Sadiq, no. Day trading stocks is pure and utter mathematically provable garbage. It makes zero sense, mathematically speaking, when you consider the amount of capital needed, the amount of risk you're taking, the amount of movement you need to make it worth your time. Stocks, day trading stocks, truly. I mean, to be fair, day trading options is even worse because of theta. But yeah, day trading stocks is garbage. And this is coming from somebody that has years and years and years day trading stocks and options. And I can definitely say now, as somebody that's day trading futures through a prop firm, those other things are garbage. What about selling options? I can't say it for sure, but selling options are one of the risk. Well, let me take a step back. And this will sound very creepy, but it's all kidding aside, it's real terminology. If you're selling options naked, then that may be the riskiest thing you can do. And yes, selling options is a bit better, but it's way more complicated. You need more capital. And even with selling options, that's one of those situations where you could have like a 90% win rate, but it's a 10% that can very easily wipe everything away. So, yeah, okay, that's fine. You're like an outlier. So in that situation, okay, but it's still sketchy. It's still sketchy, especially when you consider the capital required. And it is just complicated. It is complicated. Selling options, credit spreads, all that sort of stuff. It is definitely way more complicated. Let me put it this way. It is not the KISS method, which I use. Keep it simple, stupid. But yes, the vast majority of people are not doing that. That's why you are an outlier. The rule of thumb is most people are into options and they're buying those options, which is very, very bad. Well, and options deserve to be hated on. So that is why they hate on options, because the math suggests they deserve to be hated on. If you are day trading options, buying them, which is what the vast, vast, vast majority of people are doing, they should be hated on. Mathematically, they should be hated on. But even selling options, you're still taking on way more risk than you need to. Still prop firm, day trading futures through a prop firm is still way better than even selling options. From just a flat out risk management perspective, you are still risking your own capital doing all that, which just doesn't make sense to me. Why risk your own capital if you don't have to? All right, maybe a long down here. Let's see. It's kind of sketchy on my part. Kind of sketchy. In. Blue line is my entry. Oh, look at that. Just like I sold there on purpose because I wanted that to be a nice crisp $400. So yes, that was, look at that. I couldn't do that again if I tried. Yeah. How long do your options trades usually last? What I'm asking blown out is I could see you having like an options trades on or whatever, but then also day trading futures, because day trading futures you can be in and out of a futures trade within 30 seconds, very realistically, within a minute, very realistically. Whereas so I'm thinking you could possibly do both, because I'm assuming the way you're doing options, you're probably in those trades, even if from a day trading standpoint, you're probably in them for, I don't know, over an hour would probably not be great. Christian, are you Christian? Are the local person trying to steal my passwords? But I love you too, Christian. Try not to hold overnight. I typically will sell. Yeah, how long do you usually hold a trade though? Is what I'm asking. I haven't. They go out that far? Do they really, Kyle? Options go out that multiple years like that? Maybe I knew that. If I did knew it, I forgot it. That's like stopping the gas pump on the dollar. That's what I do. Options, 7 days selling, day trade futures, most of the time. Yeah, all right. So Edgar, yeah. Yep. Again, my claim is very specific. My claim is in the category of day trading. If you are investing, options are pretty cool. Covered calls, cash secured puts, swing trading, iron condors. You can do all sorts of cool sounding names. Bald faced monkeys. I mean, all sorts of stuff. But in the category of day trading, options are no good and mathematically provable. This is not some sort of like opinion based in emotion. It's an opinion based in math and logic. All right, do we try a long again? If it comes down here, maybe. Yeah. Maybe, Derek. Or maybe, that things get complicated. So, and as somebody that enjoys the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, all I can say, Derek, is you are probably way smarter than I am. So I'm allowed to trade up to 6 contracts if I'm copy trading. Does that mean I can still trade 6 contracts, or do I have to take it down to 3? Well, Jason, that all depends on how many accounts are you trading. Got on. Okay, yeah. So you sold puts on B this morning, got an hour later. So yeah, you could totally be doing that while day trading futures at the same time. You already know how to trade futures. Well, let me ask you this, blown out proportion. What tool do you use in your decision making process? Do you use charts when you're trading your options? Is charts the main? Well, then you would do 12. Jason, you could do 12 contracts, right? Because the 12 contracts would be divided by 2, and you would have 6 in each account. So that would be the max you could do. If you're copy trading 2 accounts, then you could put an order up here for 12. I don't know, Derek. If you're doing what you're doing, I'd say no shame on my part. I'd say you're smarter than I am. But even if you trade stocks with your own capital, your stop loss amount of loss is still the same. No, it's not. No, it's not, Sadiq. No, it's not. Not to mention, you're baking in a very problematic assumption. Well, if you just if you just have the stop, yeah. But what about those times where you don't honor your stop, Sadiq? That's where the true power of prop firms shines through. Those times where you don't honor the stop. But even if I just concede the stop, it's definitely not. If your stop is $1,000 on stocks, and your stop is, or let me put it this way, if your stop is $2,000 on stocks, and your stop is $2,000 on futures, in futures, with a prop firm, you would lose like $100. In your situation, you're literally losing $2,000 of your own money. So yeah, Sadiq, I say this with all due respect. You're going to get steamrolled by the math. Not by me, but by the math. If you try to argue and say that day trading stocks with your own capital is the same as day trading futures through a prop firm. Again, it's not going to be me that steamrolls that argument. It's going to be the math that steamrolls that argument. All right, I got to think of a short here. I'm in. See if we can get a rejection off of the 21 EMA. Green line is at 21 EMA.
Order filled.
Added a couple more. Because I do like this setup, but I might have to cut it loose here if it keeps going. As I was doing yesterday, I am getting a little bit more aggressive on this account because I am trying to resurrect it. So I'm not trying to blow it, but I would not be shocked if it does get blown. Blue line is my average price. My phone was just ringing to somebody I should probably needed to talk to, but we'll give it a chance here. Nothing like the phone ringing from somebody. We are right up at this area of resistance, which is why I'm trying to hold strong here. Come on, get below that blue line. Okay, there we go. Get out here. This could still be a good short, but like I said, I want to drop this guy a text real quick. I'm live streaming, comma, but if it's important, comma, we can talk, period, or we can just text. Hey, Dante. About 2K of buying power. Yeah, Derek, I just don't like any of that stuff because you're risking your own funds. If you're in Tasty Trade, you are literally risking your own money. I don't understand the math of that. It is my contention that of the past, I don't know when, of the past 5 years, one of the greatest inventions to the financial markets is micro futures. And then a pretty close second to that is prop firms. Micro futures and prop firms, truly game-changing. I have a 90% loss rate. Oh, sorry to hear that, MBS. Yeah, it's that move. Now, this was nasty. That's nasty. That's a beautiful candle at the EMA, and it just did not care. Maybe a short here if we think it's going to get rejected. I mean, it's kind of a double, and it is a double whammy. You have the purple line here, which, check it out right there, provided resistance last time. So I probably should have been trying to text and trade and live stream and hoop-de-doo. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, comma. Been a while since I've asked. And you guys, to be fair, I've done. It's been creeping up. But hit that like button if you have not yet. We're getting close to 100, which is always a good milestone. So, in fact, I'll just say we got to be at 100 by the hour mark, okay? So we got 21 minutes to get 27 more likes. Should not be an issue, but I use the like button as a barometer of are people still interested. And so yes, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, the like button is how I gauge interest levels to see how long this party's going to go. So please hit that like button if you have not yet, so we can keep this party going. Whoops. That was not, I did not mean to draw that there. All right. Maybe a short here. Oh, I do like, yes, not maybe. I will look to get short, mainly based on the 5-minute. We have the 21 EMA. We have the overnight low. So I want to see it get up around, I don't know, this 813-ish area. And then if it starts to come back down, maybe try to grab it at 810-ish. So 813. In fact, let's get this mapped out here. Let me cook. Let me cook. Don't be scared, okay? Oh, never mind. There it goes. There it goes. Well, so I guess my requirement, I was putting on too many requirements, but there it went. All right, there we go, 91. So yes, we should be able to get 9 more likes, I would hope, in the next 19 minutes. Blah, blah, blah. That's the person's name. How much profit in marketing? Well, right now, enough to make it worth my time, as I end every live stream talking about. So stick around, blah, blah, blah. Because I give a little bit, I get pretty transparent. I get pretty blunt about, kind of how this live stream works. So how much? Enough to still make it worth my time. I'm here. I think this is an overly aggressive trend line. I'm just putting that there out of my own pure curiosity, but I cannot say I have any belief, but to me, that's just kind of interesting. These lows just methodically getting higher and higher and higher, although I guess it did just break down through there. But again, I'm just throwing that out there. That was kind of my own little curiosity. Do I need Robinhood to make profit? You do need a broker. Yes, you will need a broker. It's just more a question of what broker. Look at that, 100 likes. This is a good, let's go. It's more of so yes, you don't need Robinhood per se. You do need a broker. So it's more a question at that point of what broker is going to be best for you. I argue if you're in the category of day trading, then around here we talk about Pam's Plant, which is just if you want to day trade the most efficiently way possible, day trade futures for these reasons, and then do it. So this would essentially be your broker, but day trade futures through a prop firm for these reasons. So that's what we call Pam's Plant here. So that is what I would say, for that side of things. Bummer. See, now hindsight has me like, doggone it, Clay. Why did you have to put on so many contingencies? Why did the price have to go up there first? Why didn't you just get short? But again, that's why trading's hard, because we don't have hindsight at that point. Maybe a short at that area there. What would that be? 91. Well, I'll give it a try with 3. Do you chart? I do have a mentorship program, yes. If I could find it. So blah, blah, blah. There you go. That is my mentorship if interested. There you go. Still waiting to see if this thing wants to come down here. But yeah, break down through this yellow line. Does that bring it back down to there? We'll see. But I only willing to think about a short if it comes down to that yellow line. So I'm going to wait for now. That's probabilities, not certainties. Exactly. In the sand, when we hold, would be looking for a long again if we hold. All right, Wallace, I like everything being mapped out, your thoughts ahead of time. That's good stuff. Way better than showing up after the fact and telling us how, I'd much rather have people give a trade plan, like I said, ahead of time, as opposed to the person that shows up and is like, I got short right there. It's like, well, I mean, maybe you did, but maybe this is the internet. Maybe you're just saying that. All right, I am going to get short there. Just put my stop there. So it's risky in the sense of I never got confirmation. So yes, I am taking on risk in that regard. No confirmation. Put my first target right there. So yes, I am taking on risk in this form of zero confirmation that this thing actually wants to break down, but trying to give myself a little bit better of an entry point. Okay, come on now. There you go. Now keep coming. Keep coming. A little bit more, brother. All right, I took that one out. All right, I'm out. That's sketchy. Nope, I'm out. So that was a winning trade, but I didn't like that at all. I mean, you saw it right before. I mean, that thing was looking beautiful, and now I'm staring at a hammer candle potentially. No, thank you. To be fair, maybe that spooked me out, and maybe this candle does come back down red. Completely possible. But as of right now, at this exact moment in time, before I have hindsight, I feel just fine about it. I would argue I played that one right. Because that was a break that I wanted to see it keep coming down, not all of a sudden snap back up and have a hammer candle staring at me. How do I get in your Discord? Well, you have to join the group first, which you can do right here. Wallace, there you go. That is my private community. Well played, Market. Well played. You fooled me. You fooled me. Well played. Well done. I'm in at 791. Stop. 828. 650. Huh? You mean 750? Angry Sushi, is that a typo? I think you might have a typo, brother. If not, that is a wild target. Wild. You are a wild man. I am interested again. I'm willing to potentially consider a short. Or I'm sorry, not a short, a long down here. Last time the price was down around this general area, you can see there were buyers hanging around here. So are there buyers still hanging around again? That's the question. So I will consider a long. I'm buying the dip. I don't know if this is really a dip. Like when I hear a dip, I think of like an uptrend, and then within the uptrend, there's like a pullback within an uptrend. So again, that's just my definition of a dip. But this is not what I consider necessarily a dip. But I understand my definition is not like the universal definition. So, whoop, just missed it. I was waiting for confirmation anyways. Doggone it. Well done, market. Well done. You fooled me bad. Did anybody take this short? Give me a 2 if you took that yellow line short with me. And you're still in. Give me a 2 if you took that short and you were still in. Good job, Brian. Power. Eddie. Escol. Oh. Played me like a fiddle. What would you do now? I'm just sitting here watching. And to be honest, blah, blah, blah. I say this with all due respect. What I would do now is irrelevant to you. You are literally just asking about, do I need Robinhood to make money? Which tells me you're literally as new can get, which is totally cool. We all start off at that spot. I'm just saying that you trying to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, that's further down the line. You got other things you got to first understand. So I do hope you consider the mentorship, blah, blah, blah. As a brand new person, you're in a good spot. You don't have any bad habits. You get to skip a step. What step do you get to skip? Well, the step of breaking bad habits. Unfortunately, most people, I can learn it all on YouTube. I can learn it all from books. And then it's like, okay, and then they go and build a bunch of bad habits. And then when they finally actually get serious about learning, they just have that extra hurdle in their journey about, breaking bad habits. So as something that is brand new, that is actually a great spot to be in. You don't have any you are going to get to skip the step of needing to break bad habits. Hey, thanks, Stefan. Just close the position. Good job, Eddie. What a great trade on that one. Doggone it. Again, I still do stand by what I did, but it fooled me. I got fooled. I love buying 10 points below the low and take profit on green candles. And where do you put your stop? So after you buy Palvu, where is your stop normally at? Hotel Transylvania. I have not seen that one, so sorry, Travis. I don't have a reference point on how Adam Sandler says it. I go a small size. Well, a mental stop is still a stop. What? So what? Where is in your mind? Where is your mental stop? A mental stop again just means that you're not like locking in the stop. Like right here, this is a hard stop. So hey, this is how it works. For whatever reason, let's just say this yellow line is my stop. This would be a hard stop. You know, buy 5. That would be my stop. So that's a hard stop because it's literally loaded in the system. A mental stop would be that yellow line is my stop, and I'm just going to watch it. And if the price goes above it, I'm stopping out. So notice the yellow line is the stop in both those situations. One just happens to be loaded in the system. One is not. So you do have a stop. Palvu. So what is your mental stop? Palvu, I'm getting worried for you. It sounds like you're kind of making some stuff up as you go. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm starting to smell. But my nose has been off before. My stop is just 500. Okay, gotcha. Roger that. Again, if it works for you, great. But from what I've seen over the years and the many traders I've worked with, Pau, your strategy is probably going to need a little bit more than just, where is the low, and I'm just going to buy 10 points below it. Maybe trading is that easy. To be fair to you, maybe trading truly is that easy. You just buy 10 points below lows. But I have a suspicion that it might ultimately take a little bit more than that. But it never reaches there because my size is small and market always corrects itself. Okay, well, just remember there's going to be a time where the market does not correct itself. So it sounds like you're on pace to be one of these people that has like a 97% win rate, but you're still not profitable because at 3% where the market doesn't correct itself, it's game over. Man, don't do it. Sorry, I'm not sure. What is it? What are you referring to? You're saying don't do it and it sucks. What sucks? Okay, I'm long. Come on, blue line. Come on.
Order filled.
All right, I think I made money on that one. Not the greatest entry, but because I let the price come down to me, I had some wiggle room. And I was willing to add in another 5, but yeah. Not as good of an entry point as what I thought it was going to be. I was on what you were talking about, market correction method. Gotcha. Market is really tough today. Can't get a good read on it. Yeah, some people, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, but yeah, I can totally understand if some people are kind of frustrated by the movement and doesn't feel like you can quite get your footing. I hear you. All I'm saying, Palvu, is you're going to have those where you're going to take some $500 losers, and those $500 losers are going to wipe away a lot of your progress all at once. That's all I'm trying to get at. But glad to hear you're finding some success. Just don't let the higher win rate, don't let it fool you. Don't let it fool you. All right, let's see if I can cook something else up here. Yeah, I'm going to leave that trend line out there. Really done for the day, but since I'm watching the stream, I went short for 780, stop loss. All right, Tim. All right, hopefully that works out for you. If this can stay above the trend line for a couple more candles, I am interested in a short down below it, but not on this candle. So if that means I missed the trade, then so be it. I'll miss the trade, but well, looking like I missed the trade. Yeah, I don't trust it as much on this initial break, but we'll see if I'm wrong. Maybe I should have trusted it. Hey Clay, thanks for the stream, by the way. What is the highest time frame you watch? I'll check the daily. I don't watch the daily like a whole lot. But yeah, mainly the 2-minute and the 5-minute. Throw in the 15-minute from time to time. Maybe a 4-hour a little bit, but well, that was the break. Got it, thanks. To short the back test. Nah, I'm going to pass on that one for now. What is usually your stop loss? Camilo, that depends on the strategy. That depends on the strategy that I'm using, depends on the setup, that sort of good stuff. And that also depends on the nature of the market. Like on a very, very volatile day, maybe my stop loss is at 12 points. On a slower day, maybe that same kind of distance on the chart is only worth 4 points. So yeah, there is no usually because every day is different. Some days are more volatile than others. Well, at the end of the day, Palvu, if you are getting, I'm assuming you're in a prop firm. If you're getting payouts, then hey, more power to you. If what you're doing is leading to payouts, cool. Short. Sell at current price. Stop. I love it, Texas. Good to see you too, by the way. Giving your trade plans ahead of time. Does using ATR help to put the stop loss? It can. Some people use it. Kyle, multiple monitors have spoiled. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how people do one monitor. Like when I travel and I have my my Surface Pro, man, how do people do it? Has your streams been gaining traction in the last week, or a few hundred watching? Then, no, it's slow. It's slowly creeping up. Yesterday was a really good day. Our record peak is 409 concurrent viewers. That's the current record, 409. Yesterday, I think we hit 379. So I was wondering maybe we'd push up to, but we didn't. But yeah, I'd say right around a couple hundred, give or take. Probably right now more so around 250, give or take, is kind of norm. But I was doing, it was growing, and then back in July I took a week off, and all I can really say is the live stream industry is pretty savage. Because I took that week off, and then it set me back. And I've literally, it seems like I probably spent the next 6 weeks regaining my footing from what I lost during taking that 1 week off. But yeah, when you're gone, people are like, well, I like live streams. This guy's gone. Let's go find somebody else, which understandable. But yeah, so had I not taken that, as crazy as it sounds, had I not taken that 1 week off, I don't know. Maybe we'd be up around 400 on a routine basis. I don't know. Some people even trade on their phone. Yeah, I've never been a phone trader, but I do know people that can pull it off. Problem is there is no live stream better than... Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Bill. But that was kind of a shocker. A little bit of a discourager too, but it is what it is. We battled back. We're not at new records, but we seem to be gaining some traction. You can't withdraw day one because you need to make the buffer before which... No, that's not... Greg, you can 100% withdraw day one. I have had multiple times where I've withdrawn day one because I've gotten up to the buffer and then some on day one, Greg. So, Greg, in fact, I'm going to just delete that out because that's literally not true. All right, I am interested in a potential long down here at the dotted brown line, which is the pivot point. Now, I'm not going to just blindly buy. Man. That trend line. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. My Jen thinks 1 week is an eternity. Yeah. Patience. Okay, here we go. Again, I'm not going to blindly buy. Let's see if we can get some sort of kind of confirmation that it maybe wants to bounce from here, but I'm watching very closely. Exactly, Cody. Correct. Okay, Greg, that's fine that you don't see how, but your first statement was literally you can't, which is not true because you can. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's easy, but just because something is not easy does not mean it's not possible, which is what your first statement said. Like you can't. I don't see how people withdraw day one even in the first week. I mean that's a you problem, Greg. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean that it can't be done. No, I mean, I think it's reasonable. Like I said, I've done it a couple of times now. All right, we are at that area. If it wants to come down and then pop back up, I will try. So like I said, I want to see it drop actually down below that brown line a little bit. Or do I just try right now? There we go. All right, let's see if it wants to pop back up. Again, trying to get long at the green line. Again, long at the green line. It's first got to get up there. That's where I'm looking to buy. All right, never mind. So that's the benefit of waiting for confirmation. I didn't just blindly buy and then get shoved underwater there. Yeah, I just might. Dropped a little bit too much. That shifted my risk profile a bit much, but I don't know. Maybe I would have been okay. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, good morning, Mrs. Slop. Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe. I probably should not have done that. Maybe you've heard that your whole life and you're like, oh, that's real original. Time to V-shape? I don't know. I don't know on that one. That almost has me thinking you're long right now and you got your fingers crossed eggy trades and you're just holding and hoping. V-shape time. V-shape time. Is this you right now, Eggy? V-shape time. V-shape time. Is that you? Be honest, Eggy. We've all been there. No judgments. I've been short since 8:31. Well, doggone it. You got to be, Mrs. Slop, you got to get here and let us know ahead of time. It's so much better when people call stuff out ahead of time. That way we can cheer alongside you. The only V-shape I got is on my head. I'm short now. All right. Yeah, I could see like a momentum short right now. Stop is probably up above there, and you're thinking this thing's either going to continue with momentum or your stop is right there. So I could see that. And in fact, it would be working for you if you took that trade. Probably needs to come down a bit more to make it make sense, but... Did you see my entry stop? I know you called out something, Texas. I don't know if you're talking about your most recent trade plan, but either way, I'll trust you because I know, Texas, you call out your trades ahead of time, which is good. So none of this hindsight, armchair quarterback and stuff. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that line. It served its purpose. I think that one has done its job too, so we'll... So if you're buying right now, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't. All I'm saying is you should be honest with yourself. So if you are looking to buy, you're catching a knife. You're trying to catch a falling knife. And I don't mind catching a knife from time to time, but as I always try to tell myself, I don't want to lie to myself. Clay, you're trying to catch a falling knife right now. And that way, if you get roasted, you're like, hey, you know what? I knew what I was doing. It's nobody's fault but my own. Well, congratulations, any shorts that took that. Well done. I thought that was maybe a bit of too much of a chase for me, but hey, you were right. I was wrong. I'm going long on ES. Uh-oh. Ren, you got a stop loss in, Ren? Ren, blink twice if you're okay still. What is my... There it is. All right, I'm going to try for the knife catch here. If it wants to come back up. Nope, dropped too far once again. Okay, we'll go back to the drawing board. Wow, I guess I should just get short. But, I mean, going short right now, it seems like a total FOMO. I got a 5-point stop. All right, Ray, good you're controlling that risk. Thank you for blinking twice, letting us all know you're okay. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Ray is from Hawaii, if I remember right. Mahalo. Follow the trend. Well, I don't know what the trend is right now. Like, I get it. It's down. But my point is, like, to trade the trend, like, oh, I'm going to trade the trend and go short right here. That seems like a chase. So, yeah, it is. I understand it's a downtrend, but it's not quite as easy as, well, just trade the trend. So, like, I get short right here at the lows. I mean, I guess it could work, but you could also get stuck in something like that all of a sudden. And this is no bueno. It looks good till it doesn't. Yes. Okay, Miss Slop, that's why I'd love for you to call things out ahead of time. I do agree. Don't fight it. Get it at a big hop up. Okay, so how are you defining a big hop up? That's why when you give trade plans ahead of time, we'll know exactly how you're defining that. Because with your entry point, we would be able to know, okay, Mrs. Slop is saying that at this level, she thinks that that's a big enough hop up. So that's the power. Well, where's your give us a number. What number is that? And then where's your stop loss at? So you have a trend line, great. What trend line is that number? 757. Okay, and then where would your stop be? So 757 is the trend line for Mrs. Slop. Fair enough. And then where would your stop be? I shorted QQQ earlier. I don't know why you're day trading ETFs, Mo, but you've been here before. You've heard this math pitch. So if you want to work inefficient, Mo, more power to you. All right, there we go, Mrs. Slop. Perfect. So Mrs. Slop would be getting in short at 757. So she's looking for a bigger move up. And then her stop is at 764. All right. Sounds good. Maybe I'll try a trade down here. You know what? I'm going to wait for confirmation. That last one got a little sketchy last time I didn't wait for confirmation. So let's see the price come down here. And then if it wants to start to bounce back up, I'll look to grab a long. And then I'll try to be long and strong. I'm waiting for it to possibly hit 679. Short 740. Stop. Love it, Alan. No. I would never yell it if it doesn't work, because you've given the thing ahead of time. That's the key. I will never get upset if somebody gives a trade plan ahead of time and then it gets stopped out. Like, hey, welcome to the club. Nobody can be right all the time. It's the people that show up in hindsight and armchair a quarterback or talking broad statements. Those are the ones that I'm not looking to surround myself with, because anybody can play that game. Anybody can show up after the fact and be like, I got short right here. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe you did, but just tell us ahead of time. That way we can share. Oh, okay, coming down. Okay, let's. All right, I want a new candle to start to form first. So a new candle is going to start to form in right about now. There we go. Okay, now come down, and then I'll put there we go. Come down some more. A little bit. Shove that white line down a little bit further. There we go. Good. Put my my entry right there. Again, I am catching a knife. I'm not being delusional about it. Now, if this drops down even further, I'm going to have to cancel. Yep. All right. Never mind. Man, why I need to just get short. Like, what am I doing with my life? Holy smokes. I try to show a trade to my wife, and she's always confused. Why didn't you just buy the bottom, sell the top? Exactly. Exactly, Dr. J. It's not hard. I keep getting stopped out today. Well, are you going long? My guess is you're trying to catch this knife. Welcome to the knife catching club. 655. Yeah, I still keep trying, but this thing just keeps dropping. I had my best day yet. Where you been, Neil? Neil's been getting too good for us. He doesn't show up anymore. Okay, Neil. I guess we're just peasants in your eyes. Expired Friday low? Huh? Don't catch Head and Shoulders. Roger that. Move my daughter into USC. What is University of what is USCD? Good. In all seriousness, though, congrats, Neil. San Diego. University of California, San Diego. Gotcha. Cool. I mean, was there news? I don't think so. Do we know what actually created all this down? Just out of curiosity. On Friday, tons of options expired. Monday, they had anomaly option caused rally, so everything getting seasonally bearish. So you've just been like short since Monday then? So I blew 3 PEX accounts, and I am up a couple of dollars on a new TAPT. I feel the urge to walk away before I do anything stupid. All right, MBS, have a good one. What is going... Wow. Well, hopefully people are trading in prop accounts, because if you're trading this in your own funds and you're trying to catch a knife, odds are you are... It went down because there were more sellers than buyers. Correct, Z. But what Captain Price... I mean, that sounds pretty legit, but like... Yes, you were right. At the end of the day, why is it going down? Because there is more supply than demand right now. I know that's a very boring explanation, but it's actually the factual one. Good news is over. Rate cuts along seasonality coming into play. Up 14K in this trade. Good job. Yeah, you got a good entry, that's for sure. That's funny. More seller. Well, I mean, that's what it is, isn't it? It's just a game of supply and demand. Do I trade the DAX? No, I trade MNQ and NQ. Lost 21K this morning, though. Are you trading with your own fund? You must be trading with your own funds. That's crazy. You are crazy. Did you make money? You can see my results down here. So far. No 20 prop. Oh, you're just copy trading. Gotcha. That makes sense. Good. Well, I'm glad you are in a prop account. That makes me feel better. I'm assuming 21K was not your fund. I'm assuming that's like the prop firm funds. I hope. Please. Man, wild. Just dropping, dropping, dropping. This is crazy. Yeah, 700 per account or something. All right. All right. That's better then. I mean, there's no way it comes all the way down to this pivot right now, does it? The chat right now proves. It proves why. Sure, it's fun to talk about, don't get me wrong, but it proves how nobody knows what they're doing. Think about, if you read through, you have about 17 different reasons of why it's dropping. Angry Sushi with the most recent reason, well, it's assisted by King Dollar. Okay, well, yeah, and then somebody else talking about options, and, it's funny. It's funny how, at the end of the day, I'm not smart. I don't know why it's, well, let me put it this way. I know why it's dropping. It's dropping because there is more sellers than buyers. Why are there more sellers than buyers? Hey, that's where everybody has their own guess. Good job, Alan. Uh-oh, E-Company blue. Yeah, yeah. Are these little pops even matter now? Yeah, one of these is gonna you're gonna get a sharp snap back up. Mrs. Slop, you can't say that. You have to give us actual numbers. Get in on the short. Okay, get in where? Where do you put your stop? Come on, Mrs. Slop. Hey, Crimson. All right, I'm going to try my newest catch the knife at that green line right there. If it wants to bounce back up. Nope. Wow. All right, never mind on that. That's been what, my third or fourth trying to wait, now it's snapping back up. I still dropped too far down. This is crazy. I should have just gotten short like 80 points ago, but it just all this just feels like a chasing a short here. To be fair, in this situation, chasing the short would have worked out many times at this point. So now, Clay, do I go and reset and start up? Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, dude. Is that your first account you've blown, E-Company? Why are you trading against the trend? Hey, Sadik, then trade with the trend. What's your trade plan? If it's as easy as trading with the trend, what's your trade plan, Sadik? Give one. Okay, well then, of course you should reset. Dude, everybody blows accounts. I've lost track of how many accounts I've blown. But that's part of prop firm trading. Prop firm trading is blowing an account. But that's why it's risk management, because when you blow an account, in all actuality, you're out like $100. Looking for shorts. Well, give us a trade plan, Sadiq. That's what I mean by broad statement trading. Why are you trading against the trend? What you're implying is, why don't you trade with the trend? Well, I understand to trade with the trend, but that's just a statement. That's just a cliche saying. Tell me how. How would you trade with the trend here? Where should I get in to trade with the trend? Where should I put my stop loss? At 969? What? That's gotta be a typo. Oh, 696. No, I'm not looking to risk 26 points. I was going to say, 969? Huh? Correct, what Eddie said. If you're blowing accounts and not learning anything, that would be a problem. I blew my account yesterday. Today was probably the highest trades I have taken in a single day. Took 6. Whoa! 869. How do you even do that? How do you take 869 trades? Wow, that is wild. I think that probably means contracts. Money Ghost, what's going on today? Well, it seems as though there's more sellers than buyers. That's what seems to be going on. Wow, I guess I don't know what my record for most trades in a day is ever over my career. I don't know if I've ever had 869 though. Will that happen right away, or do I have to? No, you can start right away, E-Company. I mean, it'll take a few moments to get everything. No, I think on the reset, yeah, you should be good to go right away. Hey, thanks, Money Ghost. Yeah, things are going okay with me. I've been trying to catch this knife. I can't do it, though. It never gives me enough confirmation. Maybe we can try again here if it comes down and then pops back up. Kidda, bro. Kidda. What's kidda? What would be, maybe mean kids? Kids, bro. Yeah. If you reset, you don't have to put in the coupon code. It's already baked in there. But thank you. I appreciate it. This feels like such a chase. And because of that, I'm going with 2. Put my stop right there. This feels like such a chase. So only going with 2, but let's see what heck can happen. Put my first target down there. Again, I'm just finally going short. I probably shorted the bottom after this big move. We'll see what happens, though. Again, seemed like a total chase, and that's why I only did 2. And, yep, now it's going to... We'll see. Uh-oh. Z Trades is trying to do some knife catching. I'm glad he's got a tight stop in, though. That's good. Come on. Still got a ways to go before my first target. Naturally, some hope for a bounce. Just wait for a wick to retest so you can short. Sadiq, just stop. If you're not going to give us any numbers, just stop. All you're doing is trying to say, just stop, Sadiq. You've been here the whole time. You've heard me give my speech on broad statement trading about 15 times. And you still continue to armchair quarterback broad statement trade. Give us numbers so we can see exactly what you mean. All right, I might actually have to add if this comes back down. That would be pretty nice. I will. I'll add 3 more now if it comes down to that red line. Okay, I'm in. Come on. Beautiful setup here now. Got those out. Oh, wait, let's make sure it's a winning trade. I'm going to just start to follow it down now. As it goes in my favor, I'm going to move the stop down. Good. All right, and out there. So there is a winner. This second time that I'm having trouble with your code. No, it's okay. You're doing a reset, so you're good, E-Company. You're good. On a reset, you don't have to put in the code. Thank you, though. I appreciate you making sure and trying, but you're all set. If you're resetting, you don't have to put in the code. You're already locked into the deal. Thank you. Almost 2% on my 100. Carolina, you mean your prop account? I hope you're not truly using $100,000 of your own money to day trade futures. Oh, you dirty rat. I stay long and get hurt, blow up one account. Yeah, longs today. This is not knife cat. Let's take a look at the 5-minute here. In fact, let's just... This is what blown accounts are made of. Trying to go long, which, again, I have tried to catch a falling knife. To give myself a little credit, I've been smart enough to wait for confirmations. I have not gotten those confirmations, so it's helped me avoid some losing trades. But my thoughts are this right here as I delete it out. Take Profit Trader, Alfredo. Take Profit Trader. They're by far the best. I've yet to meet any prop firm trader that has finally tried Take Profit Trader that has gotten to the payout phase and then complains about daily payouts. I've yet to meet anybody that's like, I really don't enjoy these daily payouts. Hey, good morning, Angelo. Okay, starting to try to unlock. Again, I am interested in potentially a long down to the brown line here, dotted brown line, which is a pivot point. What an absolute bleed, though. How do you handle it? Just be aggressive, Jay. Take profits when you get them. Don't sit there and look for, don't look for grand slams. Don't look for home run trades. Don't even look for triples. Maybe a double at most. But just take the singles, take the singles, take the singles. Scalp out. Especially with take profit trader, there's no scalping rule. So if you want to just do a quick 3-second trade, do a 3-second trade. Nice job, Ethan. Certainly, yeah. Today, officially, nobody can be like, man, this action is so rough. This action is not. No, this is great action. I mean, you're getting movement. You're getting a trend. So, yeah, today is not one of those days where you can sit here and kind of complain. Not that any of you are complaining about the action. I'm just saying, in general, today would be a day where I'd probably have to squash that pretty quick. Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and disagree that this is bad action. When to catch this knife? Well, I'm thinking about maybe trying to catch it down here. But again, I am waiting for... I'm not doing any blind buys. I'm just not going to buy at that brown line. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's see. If it wants to act strong. Again, pivot point right here. Not a guaranteed bounce point, but an area where that could be interesting. Captain Price, do you trade or what? Like, are you trading or what do you do? Are you a futures trader? I don't recognize the name. I think this must be your first day here. As day traders, movement equals no movement. Exactly. I want to see how this candle finishes, and then I'll make a decision from this next one. Yeah, I have 3 accounts. Cool. Cool, Captain Price. Good to have you here. Well, and oh, you passed. Congratulations on that. Join the wave. Well, that's the thing is like you can't, I mean, can you get short right here to join the wave? I don't think so. That seems like a total FOMO chase. But to be fair, like every single FOMO chase for the past not 3 hours, for the past 30 minutes would have worked. Very nice, Captain Price. Very nice. Okay. All right. Are some chasers shorts finally going to get roasted here? There will be some accounts lost from shorts too, though. How could a short get roasted on this movement here? Because they chase, and then all it takes is even a move like that to roast them. Can you get funded in, what country are you in, Sigurd? Odds are yes, but what country are you in? Yeah, I believe Norway's fine. Let's check real quick. You don't want to see your country on this list. You do not want to see, no Norway. So yes, if you go to the link at the top, you could get Take Profit Trader. And you could get, they are open to people, to you Norwegians. Did you take long? My friend, if I'm in a position, this number would be fluctuating. I am thinking about a long down here, though. If it comes down to that line right there, around here, I am interested in a long. I'm stalking, and I'm ready to pounce like a panda. Might bounce back. Thank you for using the word might. I appreciate that. Way better than, who is that guy last? Oh, who was it last? Poor guy. Hey, Clay, I just got my first CPD Pro account. I really need all... Well, sign up for my community, CFA. Sign up for my mentorship. Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. When you buy an account, you have 30 days to pass it. When you reset, it doesn't reset the 30th day. When you have to buy another account, you have to... oh, I'm sorry. That's going. We're already talking to somebody. I'm on TBT, but... no. Stop talking about other prop firms. Again, I operate under the premise. My goal with this live stream is to make people aware of Pam's plant, to make people aware of day trading futures, how awesome they are through a prop firm. So on that token, the last thing I want to do is overwhelm people. Meaning, wow, yeah, day trading futures is awesome. Okay, yeah, I can see the power of prop firms, but what prop firm? And then I throw like 30 prop firms at them. They're going to be like, never mind, this is too overwhelming. So please, take profit trader. Take profit trader. I know maybe not the smartest business standpoint. Maybe I should have codes from like 8 different prop firms, but I'm trying to not overwhelm new people new to the prop firm space, because that is, again, the whole point of this live stream is to make people aware of Pam's plan. I know you meant nothing bad by that, Alfredo. For the record, I know you didn't mean anything malicious. I'm just explaining why I deleted those out. But yes, you are missing because they're going to ding you with activation fees. That's the point. Yeah, the cheap test, okay, until you pass, and then you're going to get smoked with all these activation fees. So yes, that would be what you're missing. Well, I want to see, look at that, right off the brown line. I want to see it come down a little bit lower before. But I am liking this. I would be very, very careful from a shorts perspective now. With this candle here at the pivot point, again, no guarantees, but to be shorting down around here now, that's kind of sketchy. In my opinion, that's pretty sketchy. Richard, what a move. What move? Has this move? I haven't even noticed the move, Richard. What are you talking about? Hey, as a reminder, hit that like button if you are enjoying. I've learned that people they enjoy, but then they forget to hit it. But yeah, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be very much appreciated. It is a metric that I use to gauge interest, and as long as the like button, or as long as the likes continue to creep up, I assume people are still enjoying, and as long as people are still enjoying, then we'll keep the party, we'll keep the live stream going. So yeah, hitting that like button has practical effects. Catch the knife. Well, you catch the knife, PJ. Are you going to catch it? Sergio's waiting for 600. Okay. Well, I'm interested right now, especially based off of that 5-minute. Especially if this candle here closes green and then comes back down. Oh, I'm so getting long. Don't try to stop me. Don't you dare try to stop me, Shmee. Don't you dare. So this candle's got about 10 seconds left before a new candle starts to form. This is the 2-minute time frame. So for any beginners, that just means each one of these candles takes about 2 minutes to form. So 4 right there. Okay. Now if this next candle comes down here, I will... Or am I just going to get... Or is this just going to be a balloon that floats away? Hello, darkness, my old friend. The balloon is floating away. You didn't catch it down here, PJ? You were saying to catch the knife when I was down here. Are you saying you didn't buy? Good call on your part. I'm glad at least one person's halfway entertained. Good. Again, I was just talking about the 5-minute, but yeah, this 5 minutes no joke right now. I scalped the green candle already, Audi. Are you not entertained? Is that not as why you are here? Overrated movie, by the way, for the record. Gladiator, overrated movie. Keep in mind, I didn't say a bad movie. I just said overrated. Just throwing that out there. Now, the question becomes, is this a legitimate... I mean, it is a bounce already, but how legitimate of a bounce? Is it time to start to search for some shorts? Or is this going to be a V-shape? You know, just all the way back up. So now I'm switching now from looking for longs down around here. I'm going to keep an eye out for some shorts. I'm going to try to go with the trend. Have you watched the new one? I have not. I heard that one's not so good. We're going long. Okay, where are you going long at? And where's your stop, Mrs. Slop? Where's your long at? Okay, this could be a short here with a stop right up there. No, pushed right up through there, never mind. Long now, stop 628. So So just down below the lows. All right. And where's your first target at? 5 minute looks good. We'll close when it hits 9 EMA. Roger that. All right. Again, I am bearish. I am not looking for any longs right now. If anything, I'm looking for a short. No target. Gotcha. All right. Makes sense. No target for Mrs. Slop. She's just going to trail it up. Potentially a short up around here. In fact, let me get that. Do I have any lines left? Are they? Did I leave them out? Okay. Yeah, maybe a short right up around there. Again, I will wait for confirmation, but up here around this yellow line, the 21 EMA, we'll see if we can get some weakness, and if some weakness shows up, I'm going to pounce like a panda and try to get short. For those of you that were here on yesterday's live stream, this is that account that I was trying to resurrect, and so far it's still being resurrected. So no promises that I don't blow it today, just because I am still trying to remain relatively aggressive with it. But yeah, it's now up to the point where I could lose up to $900 on it before it's gone. At its low yesterday, I was in a trade and that number dropped down to $22, and I thought, all right, this account is roasted. But then it bounced, it went in my favor, and here we are. So it's slowly reviving. Trader is long. And where's your stop at, Trader? We're going, I mean, well, you think we're going up, Mrs. Slop. You think we are. But I think we might pull back a little bit once we get up around there. All right, here we go. Let's see what can happen here. Well, as of now, right off the yellow line, but want to see how it kind of behaves around here. Does the distributor's drawdown reset every day on a... Yeah, that's the whole point of well, no, if you're below it, it doesn't reset. But yeah, if you're up above it, that's what a trailing drawdown does. It does reset to the $2,000 or whatever. But right now, no, it stays what it is because I'm actually below it. I'm trying to fight back and get to it. Short 720. 720. What am I missing? All right, here we go. At that level again, I'm looking for some sort of confirmation. PJ is out. Congrats. Next candle is going to start to form here in about 15 seconds. I need my coffee warm back up. Ma, my coffee. All right, here we go. Let me cook. Don't get scared. Okay, if this comes up here, hits this cross here, then comes back down, I will throw out a short order. Step one, in fact, let's just move it up here. Step one, it's got to hit that yellow line. And then it's got to come back down. Or maybe the 21 EMA right here is just going to flat out reject it. We'll see. But I need a little bit more confirmation. Okay. My entry was 667. Alrighty. Good job, trader. I want to see it hit that yellow line. There we go. I'll get short at the red line now. There we go. Got to stop right there. And then I'll let these next, or final two, I should say, work for me. So let's get these in a green territory. I'll just move it down as it goes. The sound of silence. Bum, 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 bum. Don't make trading more difficult than it needs to be, people, okay? Some of you use really big words in the chat room. I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds cool, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't have to make trading KISS method, folks. Keep it simple, stupid. Unbelievable. I get it. Some people, they're like, I'm doing this, and the word is like 37 syllables, and it sounds legit. But does it really need to be that hard? I don't know. Maybe it does. But I'm too stupid. That's why I got to use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Give me a kiss. All right, let's see what else we can find. This yellow line could now be a new level of resistance, so I'm interested in another potential short if it wants to get up there and then potentially get smacked back down, but we'll see. It was extremely painful to get shaken out of a good trade for 30 points and then watch him really. Oh, yeah, that is hard. That is, you know, that would be painful for sure. All right, who is short right now? Give me a 2 if anybody is still short. I guess, where are people? Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short. I'm curious right now in the chat. 1 if you're currently long, 2 if you're currently short. What's the breakdown look like? Okay, you only have to hit the number once, please. Okay. I would say a pretty even mix. As far as my this is a very scientific study we're doing here. Yeah, good job, Z-Trades. Good job. Long from 640s. I am noob. Where were you at ahead of time telling us you're going to buy at 640? That would have been way better. That way we could have been cheering you on. All right, I am now newly interested at this brown line up here. That is the next level where I will look for another short. That's right. That's what Clay, what's your strategy? The KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I am stupid, therefore I got to keep it simple. You did not say go long at 662. What you did say, though, was when it was at 62, you said you got long. So, yeah. So that's what I mean. Mrs. Slop said they were getting long. You're a she, right? I'm assuming you're a she. Are you a she? Okay. She said that... Oh, man, it's so nice to be able to say she. She said that she got long at 662. That's what I mean. That's the power of just calling out things ahead of time. And if you're wrong, that's okay. At least you called it out ahead of time. Like anybody showing up right now and saying, oh, I got long right there. Nobody's impressed by that. Because this is the internet. We don't know that you actually did that. But it's so much better. Like Mrs. Slop, when she called it out, and it's up. So good job. Good job. And it also goes to show, think about it. That's what's amazing about the market. Multiple strategies can make money. Mrs. Slop is making money from the long side. You all saw, well, I don't know about everybody, but if you were here within the past 5 minutes, you all saw a short make money. You saw me make money on this movement right here. So she's making money from the long side. I made money from the short side. Money for everybody. That's why it does not need to necessarily be bulls versus bears. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Oh, you're at the gym right now? Yeah, Evil, you've been missing out. But that's okay. You still had a good day. I tried scalping this morning and lost 20K in 10 minutes, so I'm in it for the long run now. Follow the trend. By in it for the long term now, are you just meaning like holding and hoping? Like I hope that I can get enough to make back my losses? Is that what you mean by that? I only ask because I have been in that mindset before. Where I take some bad trades and then I'm like, okay, I'm holding, I'm in it for the long term, but what I really mean is I'm just gonna load and I'm gonna hold and hold and hold until my P&L actually gets back to green. I'm not saying that's what you're actually doing, but I don't. Are you doing that? I don't know. You made it back in the last. Okay, gotcha. Well, good job. Well, 20K because she's copy trading 20 accounts. No, she's in a prop firm, 20 accounts. Do you agree with that or just base hits till you have a stack? Agree with what? Yeah. I did not miss anything. I was trying to did I miss some sort of short? But no, I don't see anything. As far as my analysis is concerned, that seems kind of like a random spot, but I don't know, maybe it's like a fib level or something. Was trying to pick the bottom and lost 1K, but finally caught it and made. Oh, okay. Some big swings, but good job, Marin, for being disciplined and cutting it at 1,000, and you kept yourself in the game. And now you made 1,500, so good job. Power of a stop loss, power of risk management. If you can keep it, if you can stay in the game, then you give yourself a chance to battle back. I'm up 53. Good job, trader. Yeah, so this is kind of a no man's territory for me. I don't really feel comfortable going short. I wanted to get up here before I would feel comfortable getting short. And I don't feel long at all. I'm still pretty bearish biased. I think I'm trying to go with the trend, and I still believe the trend is down. I mean, if you just look at this, yeah, it's bounced, fair enough. But when you consider the trend, I mean, all we're looking at is a bear flag. So that is why I'm overall still bearish biased. No, to be fair, just because something's a bearish pattern, just because something's a bullish pattern does not mean it's going to go up. Same is true here. Just because something's a bearish pattern doesn't mean it's going to go down. But like I said, to me, this is a little iffy. Watch me talk myself into a trade here. Yeah, maybe. If this consolidates enough up here, I could see myself being interested in getting short here, and then you just throw a stop up over those highs. But I want to see a little bit more consolidation first before I get too antsy. Man, those voices. I don't know. Should I be getting short here? I'm not going to, but maybe you can draw your flag here. I could, yeah. I could. I'm not going to, though. I like the way you trade. Why aren't trading minis? Because I'm not a good afternoon trader. Now, I traded minis on my other account, but on this account, I'm trying to revive it. And I did not have enough wiggle room on this account to trade minis. But I'm also not the greatest afternoon trader. So instead of lying to myself and saying, Clay, you're a great afternoon trader, even though you have like 20 years saying you're not so good, load up on minis. I'm like, no, just be honest with myself and just trade micros. Can't let the ego get in the way, which can be hard on the live stream. Because I'll be the first to admit, one of the voices I'm constantly battle is the I want to look cool for the live stream voice, which is just strictly my ego. Yes, live streaming. I mean, if you ever trade with any skin of the game, you already know all the voices that exist in your mind. But yeah, you start live streaming, and then even more voices show up. It's kind of bizarre. All right. Again, I'm not shorting mainly because on the 5-minute, we do have this lower shadow here. So do I really want to be getting short down in this territory of a lower shadow, which represents buyers? Not really, no. I love that you're a cool guy. I only play a cool guy on TV. But thank you. I'm going short again. Already way up on shorts. Okay, where's your stop at, Toaster? You're getting short. Fine. Where's your stop at? Yeah, but copy trading does spread risk out. So it's actually in a... Yes, it's more risk in one way, but it's less risk in other ways. Because you can trade, you could trade... For example, 5 NQs, but technically you're only trading 1 NQ per account. Yes, it is. Yes, it is more risk in some ways, but in other ways it is actually less risk. Where's your stop at, Toaster? Better cool than cold. Stop at 693. Then, uh-oh. I think you're stopped out then. Did you get I think you're stopped out. Good try, Toaster. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. You're trading ES. I apologize. So, Toaster does not believe in the bull pennant, and I can understand why. So, there is a bit of a bull pennant. That's fair. But you have to keep in mind, what is the context that this bull pennant has formed in? It is formed in a big downtrend. So Toaster, again, understandably so, is saying, yeah, I get it, you're a bullish pattern, but I think this bullish pattern is going to fail because I think that the overall trend is eventually going to crush this back down. Again, does not mean that it's going to happen, but I bet I just read his mind. I bet that's what he's thinking. I don't know for sure, but I have a sneaky suspicion that I'm pretty close to just reading his mind on his thought process on why he is short right now. How close was I, Toaster? See? Yes, sir. That's weird. Am I a psychic? Maybe? How did I just read his mind like that? Unbelievable. Same can be said for the 5 minute. Well, I mean, same is true for here. We do have a bull pennant. It's just a question of, do you trust the bull pennant? I can see a lot of shorts saying, no, yeah, it is a bullish pattern. I don't trust it, though. I think it's going to fail because of the overall downtrend. But there are some longs out there that are like, hey, no. I don't care about the downtrend. I do trust the bull pennant. I do think it's going to get a breakout. So again, that's why trading's fun. But those are the two main thought processes out there. You have one camp that is believing in the bull pennant. You have another one that does not believe in it because of the overall downtrend. Cup and handle. I guess you could probably call this a cup and handle. That's never really been a big pattern that I've traded, but I could see that. Are you Chris's angel? No, I'm just a trader that can read charts. If you can read, you know that you have a decent chart vision if you can read other traders' minds and you can understand why they're doing what they are. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, but you can at least understand it. That is always a good test. How good is my chart vision? How good is my understanding of trading? How good is my just understanding of kind of the dynamics of trading? Well, can you read other traders' minds? That's a good first step in that direction. So what I'm going to look for is if this thing pokes its head up, let's move this yellow line. So if this thing goes up above that yellow line and then starts to come back down, I will try to catch it for a short on the way back down. But step one for me is it's got to get up through that yellow line. Bailed on my long, barely green. So Brian, he lost hope. He lost faith, which is fine. Sometimes that happens. Trade plans are dynamic, and if there reaches a point where you're like, this seems to have shifted to a 50-50, or worse than 50-50, yeah, that's no good. Are you in right now, Captain Prince? All right, Angry Sushi looks like he's doing some option swing trading. Well, then what are you doing? You don't have any faith in any of these comments. How do I know that you don't have any faith? Because you're not putting any money where your mouth is. Come on, have some faith. Rate cut news coming from Fed speech, so chance of sudden spike. Huh? Rate cut news coming from Fed. What? Is there a news or something? FOMO-C member Day speaks. Yeah, there is somebody from the Federal Reserve that's speaking, but that's not until after the close. Or not until 4:10 p.m. Eastern. Well, I don't know. This is looking kind of spicy for a long. I got to be honest. Look at all these long lower shadows. All right, I'm going to... If this thing comes back down and then comes back up, I'm going to look to get long. But as of now, it's looking like it's heading back up. You're a real good man. Some days I get very cranky. Some days I'm quite cranky. But thank you. I try my best, but sometimes I fail miserably. And I'm just a cranky old man. Yelling at everybody to get off my lawn. Could do a short here. If I get short 96, I'd have to reduce position size if I wanted to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on this one. I'm gonna hold off. I just know where stops would be. Well, then why don't you get long there so you can take advantage of the stops? Like, seriously, if you know, like, your words, not mine. If you know where stops are at, well, then you should be able to leverage that to make money. But you're not making any more trades. So that tells me, no, you don't know where stops are at. Because if you truly believed you knew where stops were at, you would totally be putting on a trade. But you're not. So do you see what I mean about how you're kind of just saying stuff you don't actually believe in? All those kids can make a man cranky. No, it's not the kids that make it cranky. It's the price action. Don't blame my kids, Slow Morrow. Give you a spanking, boy. I just expect tons of bearish flow, even on squeeze. Well, no, you don't. You literally do not expect that. Right? Because you're not putting on any trades. Am I wrong, Captain Price? I thought you said you're not putting on any more trades. So you literally do not expect tons of bearish flow. You don't. Because if that was true, you would be putting on a trade to make your gains even bigger for the day. Hey, what's up? Doing pretty good. Pretty good. Probably consolidation till 1 p.m. maybe. Yeah, exactly. Next time, just throw in the word potentially, and that'll be a perfect statement. Good job, MJ. Good job. I'm long. This is V-shaped recovery. It is? Like, so you're all in long because it is a V-shaped recovery, or you think it's a V-shaped recovery, Jose? There's a difference between thinking it's a V-shaped recovery and knowing it's a V-shaped recovery. That's the problem, though. When you get all this sort of action, this little candle here feels like it's not doing anything. You know. Okay. So anywhere, all right. If this does not V-shape recover, Jose is getting the ban button because he lied. We can't have liars around here. So if this does not V-shape, Jose is getting the ban. Ain't no room for liars. I don't want a community built with liars. Looks like half you... No, you don't, Captain Price. You don't want to short. You're done trading for the day. Uh-oh, Jose. Uh-oh. Where's that ban button at? Yeah, I agree. Call me maybe. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I hope you're wrong, with all due respect. I hope it's not getting choppy. He didn't lie. He would be wrong. No, he would have lied because he said he knows it's going to V-shape. So to know something means like if you say you know 2 + 2 = 4, then you're lying. If he says, I know this is going to be a V-shape, and then it doesn't happen, well, then you didn't know, did you? You did not know. Because if you did know, by definition, it would have happened. So you lied about knowing. So don't step in my arena here, Tim. That's what happens, Tim. Don't try to stand up for liars. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was his name? I already forgot. Jose. He's wrong. He thought... No. He lied about knowing. That is the lie. Uh-oh, Jose. You are going to... No, I'm not going to blow a gasket. Some of you, I don't think you quite understand like what a job of a live streamer is. I'm still long. Well, you're about to be long and banned here in a second, Jose. Were you an English professor in a past life? No. Nope. V-shape invalidated, it appears. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. I'll give him 680. Anything below 680 is certainly a V-shape invalidated. Because I'm not quite sure how this I'm not quite sure at all how this looks like a V. You know? Unless you want to say somehow a V looks like this. I don't know. But I'll try to give a little wiggle room. But Jose looks like he's gonna be gone. So what are the steps after reaching account goal? Just check your email. 680. Okay, Jose, I'll give you one chance. Maybe he misspoke. Do you want us to take a step back about you knowing it was going to V-shape? Would you like to edit that statement at all? Oh, that was not my... I did not ask if you were still long. I asked, would you like to rearrange your statement about saying you know it's a V-shape? Because this is officially not a V-shape. It is just chopping back and forth here, and it just dropped. From you saying it was a V-shape, it dropped all the way down here. Stop loss at low. Okay, one last time, Jose, and then you're gone, because now you're just not even listening. Would you like to rephrase your statement? I'm trying to give him a way out from the ban. Chop till you drop. You said you took a long too, right? No, if I was in a trade, this number here would be moving around. I'm not in a trade. Yep. So on the 5 minute, let me make this. Definitely some sellers up in this area. You can see last time I got up there, smack back down, right there, smack back down. So for longs, this is definitely a problem area up here right now. It's got to try to clear through these sellers. To be fair, they recovered very nicely. I mean, that's actually a pretty crazy candle when you stop and think about it. Okay, being on the 15 minute makes it look that much more like not a V. I mean, a V shape would be this. Down and then up. Like that would be a V shape on the 15 minute. It did not do that. It's now going sideways. Like this is not a V. Here, 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 here. That's not a V. So yeah, the 15 minute is actually making it worse. A, B, C, D to 777 is best case for long, which I don't. Who said earlier? Call me maybe, I think, about chopping. I was hoping they were wrong, but I think they might be right. Is this the new range? I hope not. I hope we're not fluctuating this for the next 7 hours. Statistical analytical signal. I think I recognize that name, but I gotta figure out a way to shorten that one up. SA? SAS? SAS. I can call you SAS. So yeah, that's the question mark in my mind right now is, are we stuck in this channel? I hope not, again. Sass is fine. Okay. I think you've been here before, haven't you? It seems like I remember that name, but I might just be imagining that. Hey, JJ. Okay, we're checking the bottom. This is definitely not a V shape. So this is Jose's do or die moment here. Again, I tried to give him a chance to reframe what he said, but he kept doubling down and trying to say, well, no, it's on the 15-minute. It's amazing. The ego is a crazy thing. I learned a lot from you trading stocks years ago. Cool. Well, good to have you back in the... Hello, how can I set the volume on the right? You click here, and then you click on day volume profile right there. Okay. The slower box is trying to help out Jose. I really wish Jose would just rephrase his statement. That's all. I'd wish he just display a little intellectual humility. That's all I'm looking for, Jose. I want this chat to be filled with intellectually humble people. That is my goal. That is the community to which I seek to build. Intellectually humble people. And by extension, intellectually honest people. Because if you say you know something, you are lying. Because there is no knowing anything in the market. Because there are no guarantees. So I'm trying. I'm trying to be so polite and nice to Jose, but he does not seem to want to rephrase. Dun 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 dun. I can't. Every single day I get about 15 emails from people that can explode my Instagram, can explode this, explode that. I want you to say you think it was a V. You should have said you think it will be a V shape. You're hoping it's a V shape. You think it's possible it's a V shape. You said it's going to V shape. And I was like, wait, you know that? And you're like, yes, I know it's going to be a V shape. And with all due respect, that has not happened at all. Hence the problems. Yes, that is the problem. Exactly, Tim. He is wrong and will not admit it. That is the core problem here. You're absolutely right. Correct, Knox. There are no guarantees. Okay. All right, he reframed. Jose gets to stay. He's hoping. Okay, he no longer knows. He's just hoping. Fair enough. But as of now, we are just flat out stuck in this channel. Same with the ES over here. If I bring that over on the 5-minute, top of the ES channel is the dotted brown line, which is the pivot point here. Basically bottom of the channel right around, I don't know, 687. So yeah, we are just, we are in a holding pattern right now, folks. That made you that mad. Yes, Bigfoot. I cannot stand non-intellectually humble people. Yes, that's a pet peeve of mine. I am not a big fan of arrogant and cocky people. Yes, so that did make me that mad, Bigfoot. Clay, the 1 hour is a hammer. Yeah, well. We'll see if the hammer yields any fruit or not. I know the market will go down and up. Well, it could go sideways. But I know what you mean, because within going sideways, it is still technically going down and up. Gold is still dumping. Okay. I love to hear it. I hope gold goes down the toilet. Thank you, my trade still... Yep, it's the yellow box's fault. The yellow box that I drew on the screen has forced the entire market to be able to do nothing. Show me the money. Good question that I wondered myself, do you know? Did I miss something? Again, I do appreciate, and like, in all honesty, I love to see the chat box, people having conversations with one another. I love to see people helping each other out. That's great. because I cannot capture all messages. Just to make it better, I'm 90% wrong all the time. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, so 680 seems to be an area that's capturing I'm watching it for a short. A break of 680, I think, could get spicy. But to be fair, a break of 680 looks like it's going to be quite the challenge to do. I see you don't. Well, I don't have anything against gold. I think people that day trade futures gold are wasting their time. I think there are way better things to trade in the world of futures. Posting this again. I hope you see the. Do you have to pay another $100 to reset? Even though my monthly subscription was just. No, just do that then. You don't have to pay the. If your monthly subscription just went, just use that account that it just reset for. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, again, approaching 6.8. In fact, let me get this box out of here. I don't know if that's helping or... There it is. Right there. That yellow line. That seems like an area where to anticipate the breakdown seems sketchy. Why don't you like... Because gold is garbage to day trade. It's choppy. It's not nearly as liquid and smooth as MNQ... NQ, MES, ES. I'm lazy. I want to work as smart as possible. I don't want to work harder. If you're day trading gold, you're working harder. You're throwing yourself into like a constant chop fest. No thanks. I want high liquid markets. Therefore, look at what gets the most volume. ES. Well, I think it's technically the MNQ, the MES. That's why. Because I'm lazy and I want liquidity. I want smooth action. Once again, the yellow line holding strong. It's... Woo! This is quite the battle. There it's going. I don't know. I can see a fake break. I can't trust it. Maybe I'll try it with just... What's the worst thing you ever trade? I've only ever traded 3 futures. So YM. My answer to that would be the YM. I don't have anything against the YM, though. If you like the YM, that's cool. Me and the YM, we don't get along. Blew an account after making around 8... Oh, no. Do I still get the withdrawal option for it? Or is it... Oh, no, it's cooked. Wait, that was a pro account? You had 380 that you could have taken out and you cooked it? Man. That is a bummer. I'm long right now at 82. And where's your stop at? I am noob. Where's your stop? You're making me nervous. Fair enough. Thanks for sharing. I like it that it opened earlier than the markets, and I also like that each... Yeah, that's fair, Shiloh. That's fair. I mean, you haven't convinced me, but all I would say is if you've never tried trading NQ or ES or MNQ or MES, I think it's worth a try to compare to gold, at least, Shiloh. I would say that. I couldn't because of the... Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that account is cooked. Is it about to let loose? I don't know. Okay, Crowsar. $74. All right, roger that, noob. So he's long at 72, or I'm sorry, 82. His stop is right here for I am noob. I'm not a fan of the buffer withdrawal. I've seen someone message about that before. I think it's well worth it. Once you get to the daily payouts, so worth it. Like I've said, I've never heard anybody complain about having daily payouts. Moving stop loss and profit before HR. Sounds good. What's HR? Yeah, all right. I'm glad I didn't trust it. That dirty, rotten yellow line still doing work. I don't know, Domsky, a lot. I've lost count. Over 10. How many have you blown, Domsky? You're out. Good job, noob. See, that's cool. When you give trade plans ahead of time, then we can all genuinely say, hey, good job. Because he called it in real time. That's fantastic. Only my second time here, and I'm late today. 5:53 is amazing, especially on a day like this. This was a bunch of small scalps, or did you... no, this was a lot of small scalps. Yeah, I think I started the live stream. Does anybody remember? Was anybody here at the beginning of the live stream? What that number was at? I want to say it was at like 160? I might be lying. It was below 200 for sure. But yeah, just a lot of... Well, no, not a lot of scalps. I had one... This one, I think. No, I don't remember. Here, I think. Maybe. No. I lied, I think. Was it this? I have no idea. I don't know. I had one trade, though, that did very well. But then, yes, I did have several scalps. Okay, wow. I just blown the one so far, but I have 3 accounts on standby. Yeah, you're doing just fine. Again, blowing accounts is part of prop firm trading. Because now, if you don't know what prop firms are, that can sound really bad. Like, because in your mind, you're thinking, well, geez, my accounts have thousands. And if I blow that account, that means I just lost thousands of dollars. And this guy's talking about blowing accounts as part of it. Huh? In prop firm world, a blown account, in all actuality, at very most, with Take Profit Trader, at very most, you're out like a couple $100. Because again, if whatever you buy your account for, that is the actual risk. So if you buy, if you buy a 50K account, again, you make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. Then all you spend is 102. So if you lose that account because you break the rule by losing 2,000, you don't lose 2,000. You only lose the account, meaning you only lost 102. So talk about great risk management there. But just the point being, I know I'm kind of like nonchalantly talking about blowing accounts. It's not as bad as what it may appear if you don't know how prop firms work. Hey, been a while since I've asked, but let's hit that like button. If you are enjoying, let's try to push this up to 200 likes. We are 17 away. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be greatly appreciated. I use that like button to gauge interest levels, and as long as I see that like button creeping up, I assume people are still interested in enjoying, and as long as people are still interested in enjoying, we'll keep the party going. So not a vanity metric, just a very practical data point for me to use to figure out if I want to keep live streaming or not. So if you want the live stream to continue, hit that like button, be a part of it, continue to increase, and we'll be good to go. Thank you, Truth Vibe. Thank you, G. Brooks. Thank you, Peter. Okay, this is looking kind of spicy, especially on the 5-minute. Is this finally going to be a break? Because this candle here has got to have a bunch of longs now disappointed. Thank you, Truth Vibes. I end with a subscribe. Very kind. All right, maybe getting ready. Thank you, Toaster. Maybe for a short, but still got to wait. All right, if this thing comes up and then comes back down, I'm going to look to get short right here. But step one is it's got to come up to, I don't know, let's call it 700. $200 likes. Very nice job. Good job, chat. Right on the nice, round, smooth number. I like it. All right, let's see. Like I said, I want to see it come up a little bit more. Maybe I'm being a little too nitpicky, but that's okay. I'm in the green, so I can afford to be nitpicky. I had to go long back in for this action. Got another. Yeah, that's the thing, Evil Shadex. Just when people just say, all right, I'm done for the day, but then like amazing action shows up, it's like, should you really be done for the day, or should you just make it your goal to trade your setups and manage risk? Because it's a shame. Some days, as we can all relate, several days over the past couple weeks have been like, but this action right now is, now this is a little bit choppy, but I mean, all of this was just beautiful, like my face. I added 201. Roger that. What other cost is a prop with TPT? There's no other money out of your pocket. Whatever you buy the account for, assuming you pass within 1 month, which is why I always say aim to pass within 1 month, there are no other costs. No more costs out of your pocket. Okay, yep, come on, push up here, push up here. Again, I am trying to play this range, but what I'm thinking is it comes up here, tests the top of the range, comes back down, and I'll try to capture it mid-range on its way back down to visit the lower range. That is my thought process. Whether or not it plays out, well, that remains to be seen. Now, we are getting the purple line here, the 50-period moving average starting to catch up. So maybe we get some sort of rejection. How many micros can I trade in a 25K? Let's see. 25K, you can trade 30 micros right there. Or you can trade 3 minis. 50K, you can go up to 6 minis or 60 micros. Code Clay, Truth Vibes. Code Clay if you decide to go with them. But yes, I argue if you are a veteran prop firm trader and you've used other prop firms, you owe it to yourself to at least try Take Profit Trader. Because I have yet to meet anybody that has experience with other prop firms and then they try Take Profit Trader, they get to the payout phase, and then they start complaining about daily payouts. Doesn't happen. People are like, really? I can request money again? Yup. Man, I made money today. I can request it again? Yup. Now, if you're a beginner, definitely start with Take Profit Trader anyways, because they have a very clean set of rules. If you start with some of these other prop firms, you are going to get turned off in a hurry because there's all sorts of rules and it gets confusing and overwhelming. It can feel very scammy. Not a scam, but it can feel that way if you're a beginner and still trying to figure things out. But that's why Take Profit Trader, that is the big reason why. I mean, I think they're the best in the business for the daily payouts, but then also just from the rule book for beginner traders. Very clean cut. Okay, here we go. Approaching this area here. So in fact, all right, let me now move this up here. So let's see how it wants to behave up around this area. I'm looking for a potential short. And we're about to get a new candle. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Another candle is about to start to form. I think I'm going to be able to cook something up. I don't know if it'll work, but I should have very minimal risk. So I want to see this candle hit the yellow line, and then I'm going to aim to throw a short in here. It just can't drop down that much. No, stop dropping down. Okay, close enough, close enough. Close enough. Now move up, hit that yellow line. Okay, good. Hit that yellow line. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's why I like to wait for confirmation. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that out. I'm not going to get short, and that seems a little sketchy now. Did everybody see how snappy that got? How much can earn in a day? Once you're in your pro account, as much as you want, Truth Vibes, every single day. Make as much as you want. During the test phase, there's a 50% consistency rule, meaning you can only make 50% of that in a single day. But that's only during the test phase because they don't want you to YOLO, get lucky, and then pass. So during the test phase, you're only allowed to make 50% of your goal. So 750. But after you've passed the test and you move into your pro account, make as much as you want. Hey, Ace. Thanks. Hopefully you're having a good day. On the 5-minute, we are at the 21 EMA, so an interesting level right here. But that's why I like to, in some of those situations, wait for confirmation. Because had I just blindly shorted right there, yeah, that would have been a losing trade. As long as you have margin in your account, is there a limit on how many contracts you can buy? Oh no, that's a good thing. You don't have to worry about margin or anything, Shiloh. There is no margin. So for your question, if you're doing the 50K, you can go up to 60 in one trade. When that trade's all over, you can go up to 60 again. When that trade's over, if you want to start a new trade, you can go up to 60 in that again. That is just your max position size right here. Not how many you can do per day, just how many you can do per trade. Max position size per trade. So that's another thing that's nice about prop firms is you don't have to get confused by the margin math, the maintenance margin and the overnight margin and blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, it's very straightforward. For, again, in that situation with the 50K, for $102, that's what it's telling you. $100 can get you per trade up to 6 minis or up to 60 micros, again, per trade for $102. All right, maybe a short up here at the pivot point. You can see back here, this area did act as resistance before. So maybe it'll act as resistance again, but I will be looking for some sort of form of confirmation. I'm not going to just blindly short here. Looks a lot like a V. No, definitely not a V. A V does this. Down, back up. V's don't do this. Down, up, sideways, up. That's that. Well, at least in the English language, that would not be a V. So for you, Samuel, I don't know. Maybe you come from a place where your V looks like that second one. But I guess I was going to say America, but that's not the American language. In the English language, in the English alphabet, this is definitely not a V. Stopped out. All right, good discipline, Toaster. Good discipline. Take Private Trader, charge platform fee. They don't. They do not charge a platform fee. That's all included in that price you buy up front. Which is actually kind of cool if you really wanted to game the system. What you could do is, because you have live data, but the cool thing here is this says per month, but that's only during the test phase. So after you pass the test, that fee goes away. So in all actuality, you could pass a test, and then once you get your pro account, like never really trade it ever, but now you have free live data because it'll never go away because, again, you only paid for it during the test fee, but after you pass, then that fee, there is no per month fee. Okay, here we go. We're at that level. This is definitely risky. Whoop. And then there we go. It don't care about anything right now. It don't care about anything. I'm glad I'm waiting for confirmation on these. Well, Longs, congratulations. You are in a situation where it just don't care. I can connect Trade08 to TradingView. Yep, yeah, you can do that, Truth Vibes. I was just trolling. Oh, okay. Well, I was kind of trolling back. I guess maybe. I assume somebody with the name Samuel B. Hunter is not from like an English-speaking country. I guess that could be an Asian name, or I guess that could be like a Hispanic name. I guess. I'm not aware of many Samuel B. Hunters, in the Asian community, but I've been wrong before. Don't you have to trade once a week to keep that? Well, yeah, sure, you do, but you could do one MNQ. You could literally do one MNQ, buy, sell, and there you go. There's my one trade, where you either make a buck or you lose a buck. Again, I'm not saying anybody should do that. If you get your pro account, well then, I'm just saying it's nice when in all actuality, like there's no ongoing monthly platform fees. Like once you get to your pro account, there's no more fees. It's a really good deal, even from a data standpoint. I am sitting shorts from 740 with stop 750. Okay, noob, a little late on the alert, noob. How convenient of you to wait for it to go in your favor before you tell us I am noob. Little suspicious there, brother. All right, I'm gonna try again. If this wants to come up here and then come back down, I will look to grab it short. Again, it's got to come first, hit this brown line, and then I'll try to grab it short on the way down. Back in your short? Okay, I can see that, Toaster. I can see that. I'm trying to join you. I just got a little bit more of a requirement, but maybe hindsight will prove this requirement to be dumb. However, in my defense, a lot of these requirements over the past attempted 3 trades have saved me from losing trades. So yes, sometimes a requirement does cause you to miss a trade. That goes in your favor, but as we've been witnessing a lot of times here, especially even think about when I was trying to catch that knife. How many times did I try, but I had a requirement, the requirement was never met, and then it helped me avoid a losing trade. What level is the brown line? That is a pivot point. Good job, Toaster, and anybody else that got short. My stupid requirement. Good old hindsight kicking in. Now, the question really becomes, do I buy the pullback here to this former breakout point? I might have to. I might have to cook something up. Oh, oh my goodness. What am I doing with my life? Okay, all I'm going to do, let's see how accurate it is. All I'm going to do is connect that point with that point. That's it. Okay? So let's see how accurate this trend line might actually become. Here we go. Let's cook. That point. And I'm not looking ahead. I don't want it to be biased. And that point. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I thought it was going to like match up perfectly with that area right there. So that's more so the trend line that I'm watching. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that level. And let's see. Let's see if we can get a pullback to this trend line. I'm interested. I'm interested. Where you been, Squibbles? Yo, Clay, is the fireworks going off today? I mean, yeah, it's been a pretty eventful day. What's the requirement to take the signal? Well, that depends on the strategy and the situation. The requirements vary depending on each situation. Okay. I'm interested in a potential long at the trend line. Yeah, I'm not trying to be ambiguous, Captain Crunch. It's just it really does. Like, it depends. It depends on the strategy. It depends on the situation in which that strategy finds itself in. So there's several moving parts. If that is a FOMC thing going on, Squibbles, you know how to answer that question. You now know what an economic calendar is, Squibbles, because you've been here many times before, and I know you listen. Move stop to break even. Good job, Toaster. And once again, I am not going to just blindly buy right here. I'm going to wait for confirmation at this trend line. But step one in that is let's see if the price can come down to that trend line. I am a silly boy. I'm a real boy now. What is that from? Why is that in my head? I'm a real boy now. Oh, that is straight up from Pinocchio, huh? Okay. I thought it was, but I was like, I don't know. Is that too obvious? But no, that's definitely from Pinocchio. I'm a real boy now. So you're not a silly boy. You're just a real boy. Wow, we got some movie quote connoisseurs here. Mike, Armando, the Nated, Angelo. Well done. I'm impressed by your Disney movie knowledge. Come on. Come down here. I like it, though. Look at this. We have quite the congestion. We have the 21 EMA. We have the 50-period moving average. We have the trend line. Does that guarantee a bounce from right around here? Of course not. No guarantees. But in my mind, it makes it relatively plausible. In a Mickey voice. You thought that was my Mickey voice? No, that was supposed to be my Pinocchio voice. I'm a real boy now. I guess that guy does kind of sound like Mickey, if I'm being honest. What's your daily profit target? I think daily profit targets, weekly profit targets, monthly profit targets are the devil. I think for me, and for many traders, all they do is create more voices in your head. They are no good, in my opinion. For example, if somebody's daily profit target, let's just say to keep the math easy, is 100, and you are at $95, uh-oh, failure. You failed. You didn't hit your profit target. So then people go out there and they try to get $5 more, and then they end up, doing a dumb trade because they only need $5 more, and then all of a sudden they lose, and then they got to get that back, and then they do something stupid again, and then they send themselves on tilt. No good. So no, I am anti-profit targets. Now maybe you're saying, well, okay, I would not do that, Clay, because 95 is, what are the next two words I'm going to say? Close enough. Fine, fair enough. How are you now defining close enough? I've asked this question before in the live stream. A lot of people would say, well, if you're within like 10%. Okay, well, what's 10% of 100? That's 10. So that means your close enough point is 90. Now we have another question. What happens if now on the day you're at $87? Well, now you really failed. Not only did you not hit your target of 100, you didn't even hit the close enough point. So you're definitely going out there to try to find $3 more. So, well, what's the solution to this? My solution that I've discovered over the years, don't say I have to make this amount of trades or I have to make this amount of money. Do this. I have to trade my setups. In other words, if you have a strategy, part of having a strategy is you will have setups. So just make that your goal. I want to trade my setups. Some days you might be taking 30 trades. Other days you might be taking 3 trades. But at least you're trading your setups. I've learned that if you just focus on trading your setups, the numbers tend to take care of themselves. 100 today was 1000K and 2FX, and my target was, and I lost everything to try this stupid things. I'm not quite sure what exactly you're saying there, Jello Trading. 100 today was 1000K and 2FX, and my target was... Oh, I see. I think you're trying to echo what I'm saying about price targets and how price targets or profit targets can create all sorts of extra voices in your head. Again, I'm still waiting to see if this thing wants to come down to the trend line. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Jello. Yeah, good example of how profit targets... like I said, I'm not saying they're totally worthless. I am not mentally strong enough to handle them. And I've met many traders over the years that are also not mentally strong enough. So that makes me feel better that I'm not the only mentally weak person out there when it comes to profit targets. But yes, if you are mentally strong enough to sit there and be like, wow, I didn't hit my daily target and I didn't even hit my close enough target, but hey, I'm okay. I'm not, that would rub me the wrong way, because as an ambitious person that is very goal oriented, I would be like, man, I didn't even hit the close enough goal. That would bother me. Yes, that is another good point. And I also do not watch the P&L when I'm in a trade. That's something else that really plays mind games with me. All right, let's see if we can get down here. We're looking for a long, but I want to see how it behaves at this trend line, if it can get down to that level. You're welcome, Jello. Happy to help. Oh, this is looking pretty interesting. If it can come down here, I'll put an order up here to buy. So I want to see it come down here, and then if it wants to... No, don't come up right now. I need you to come down a little bit more. Again, no guarantees in the market, but all this seems like a plausible area, and risk will be managed. Again, I want to see it come down and hit the yellow line, and we also have the 21 EMA right there. And of course, the bladder starts to kick it right now. It's like has anybody ever been there where like what you've been waiting for finally gets close to happening, and then your bladder's like, hello, you don't have on adult diapers. You got to make a decision here. What's more important, your furniture or your trade? Maybe it's just me though, but I swear the bladder likes to do that at these moments in time. So just know, chat, that I'm doing it for you. I'm gritting my teeth. My bladder is just banging out. It's like the bladder right now has the FBI thing, like the thing where they're like, that's what my bladder's doing. Yeah, not now. I suppose I could, no, but I want confirmation on the way back up. Doggone it. All right, I'm not going to give up on it yet, but that was looking very good. What, no diapers? Actually, I'm sitting on a toilet right now. I'm sitting on a toilet. I trade from the bathroom. You guys going to tell that I'm in the bathroom right now? Overnight low is 708. I have the overnight low as 810 up there. No echo. It's a very padded room. Nope, not this padded room. I have pillows everywhere. I have sound absorbing tile everywhere. All right. Well, that was what I was waiting for. Yeah, carpeted floor, exactly. Actually, it's hardwood floors that absorb sound. Don't ask me about how the physics work. All right. Okay. Well, at this point, looks like I got a little bit of breathing room. So I'll be right back. And I got some water. So, all right, Eggy, we're back on for my reminders. Eggy's my water buddy. Several live streams ago, I don't know, probably like a month and a half ago. I mean, I finished after 4 hours, and I just went and laid on the couch. I was feeling absolutely miserable. And my wife is like, when's the last time you drank any water? And I'm like, yeah, it probably didn't help to not drink any water at all, even though I just talked for 4 hours straight. So, came back from that, said, everybody, please help me remember to drink water. And Eggy has been my knight in shining armor. PLTR analysis. Follow your trade plan. That is the best analysis I can give you, Jordan. I hope you're not day trading PLTR, are you? Please don't tell me you're day trading stocks. Please. Please. Day trading stocks is garbage. Yeah, you are the water boy. No, I'm not. Okay, good. I'm glad you're not day trading stocks. That's a very poor decision. But right now I'm trying to day trade futures here. Not to mention, I don't know, Jordan. What my thought is, you need to do more learning. That's a very dangerous question you just asked. PLTR analysis. What do I mean by that? Well, maybe you're asking about it from like an investor standpoint. But what happens if I go in and analyze the 1 minute time frame? That is worthless to you. That's actually very dangerous information. On the flip side, let's say you're like, you mean you want to analyze from a day trader standpoint, but then I go analyze it from like the weekly time frame, from like an investment standpoint. That's, again, very dangerous, very irrelevant information to you because you did not provide any context. Had you shown up and said, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I like the 5 minute and the 15 minute. Could you analyze PLTR for me? Okay. Had you shown up, hey, Clay, I'm an investor. I like to use the weekly time frame and the monthly time frame. Could you do a PLTR analysis? Okay. But when you're just like PLTR analysis, you provided zero context. So you actually just put yourself in a very dangerous spot. So what I would tell you, Jordan, is you need to do way more learning. You are way too far ahead of yourself. You are very brand new, and that is okay. We all start off being brand new. But you are getting too far ahead of yourself. One of the key things to tell if somebody's new or not is if they don't know how to ask questions. And I say this, like I said, we all start off as new. But yeah, you just asked a very dangerous and risky question. Are you going to talk a trade? I talk my trades all the time. Are you going to take a trade, Ty Boy? Bryce? All right, thinking about a short here. Want to see it first hit this brown line, and then if it wants to come back down, we'll consider a short. We are right at the downtrend from the beginning of the day on the NQ. Roger that. I'm still waiting to see if Bryce is going to take a trade. Are you going to take a trade, Bryce? Oh, yeah, we're still right there. Okay. The need to take a trade all the time is why traders fail. Well, that's the other thing. It's like, are you going to take a trade? I don't know. I don't know the future. Like, that's one of the things. It's not, again, you can tell somebody's new, like, are you going to take a trade? It's like, well, I don't know if I'm going to take one. I don't know if my setup is going to arise. So maybe. Like, let me put it this way. If you ever show up, all right, if you ever show up and you're like, I'm going to take a trade today, you have some things wrong. Because unless you can say for sure your setup's going to arise, but like you should never show up every day and know you're going to take a trade because, well, what happens if your setup doesn't show up? All right, I got to get short here. I can get such a tight stop. Oh, never mind. Well, the confirmation saved me once again. You're welcome, Peter. Again, you should never show up knowing that you'll take a trade. You should be showing up saying, if I see my setup, I will take a trade. So will I take any more trades? I don't know, Thab, boy, Bryce, because I don't know if I'm going to get any more setups. And with all due respect, sir, I'm not going to just throw around a trade for your entertainment, unless you want to buy me an account. If you want to buy me a prop account, so if you got 90 bucks, Bryce, 90 bucks, you can buy me a 25K account. I'll go sling that around for you. No problem. 90 bucks. No problem at all, Bryce. I'd be happy to do that for you. In fact, I'll get as crazy as you want. Well, I'm not going to like take off my shirt as I trade. I don't mean crazy in that way. I just mean like on the chart. Trading wise, I'll get crazy. Well, kind of just grinding right now. Not kind of, it is. This let's see. Yeah, about 10 minutes. Look at this thing. Alrighty. Well, oh, that is disappointing. For those of you that were here on the live stream a little earlier, you knew that I was waiting. I wanted to get long at the trend line, but you can see right here, it did not quite drop long enough. It went sideways, and from there, up it's gone. So that's a little irritating. Secured profit. Good job, Zeus. Armando is out. All right. As a reminder, hit that like button if you have not yet. We're going for 260 likes today. So if you're not yet, if you're enjoying and haven't hit that like button, it does help. Please do that. Next area that I will think about a short is on the 5-minute. At the 50 period, so that purple line right there, that could be an interesting short area. But until then, this is kind of, I mean, the longs, you got some room. You got some room now. You cleared up through that area right there, which was that resistance. Now, next key resistance, until up around the 760 mark. Now, I'm not saying that means it's going straight up to 760. I'm just saying, technically speaking, look like you got some wiggle room. Can you share your chart settings? No. I'll just do this, and you can see exactly how everything is set up right here. So there you go, Kent. That will show you how exactly I set up my platform. Not saying that that's how it needs to be set up, but there you go. You are welcome. Let's see. Short. I mean, I just gave my analysis, PJ. Like, I kid you not, PJ. Like 45 seconds ago, I was telling you what I'm looking for. Maybe you're on a pee break or something. So if you grab the scroll bar and you take it back, like, do it like 2 minutes just to be safe. You'll hear my thoughts on the current situation. Am I college educated? Well, I don't know. That depends. You think I'm stupid or smart? No, I'm kidding. Yes, I am. I have an engineering degree. I am no longer an engineer, though. I'm a geek. I'm a dork. I got my pocket protector here. No, yeah, I am college educated. It took me 5 years, though, so I'm not that smart. It took me 5 years. I did the 5-year plan because, again, I'm not that smart. I could not pull off the engineering degree in 4 years. So if you were an engineer here and you pulled that sucker off in 4 years, not me. All right, here we go. We are approaching the purple line, which is that 50-period moving average. Engineers rule. Engineers are kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I like my type. Sometimes we can overthink stuff. Sometimes, yeah. Every career field has its weaknesses. That's true. Don't feel bad. Yes, they're called doctors. Oh, I've heard that one too. Yes, they're called doctors. Oh, that's a good one. You got me stumped. Doggone it. Look at that. So close to the purple line, and then it pulls back. Now, I don't want to say I'm not getting tilty. That'd be too much of an exaggeration. But I am starting to feel a little bit of frustration here. Because I missed out that one because it didn't quite go to where I wanted. And now that one didn't quite go to where I wanted. What is that movie quote? Don't feel bad. A lot of people take 8 years to go through college. Yes, they're called doctors. Oh, is it Tommy Boy? Okay. I would not have gotten that one. I was thinking old school. Good quote, though. You stumped me. That's hard to do in the movie quote world. Good job. The trading platform you trade on, does it have a mobile app? It does have a mobile app. The only fee... Now, what I'm using here is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I'm with a prop firm, which is by far the best way to day trade futures. So the way it works is there. You would go to the link at the top of the screen. You would select what purchasing power do you want. And then make sure to use code CLAY so you get 40% off. After you do that, at that point, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. What you see here is Tradeovate. Now, to your point, what is the fee? The fee is only right here, what you pay. So you buy the 50K account for 102. And the cool thing here is after you pass your test, that monthly fee goes away. So your all-in expense would be 102, assuming you passed within the first month, which is why I always encourage people pass the test within the first month. So yeah, there's an upfront fee that's baked into your when you buy the account. But again, after that, that fee is no longer, like, in other words, I was talking about this earlier, you can get real-time data for free once you're in a pro account. Yeah, so can I, Travis. That snarky voice. So can I. Okay, maybe. Oh, no, I did not want. Uh-oh. What is going on? There, all right. Okay, here we go. Maybe I will get a pullback chance. Again, want to see it down here at, which happens to be kind of a double whammy. 21 EMA and the trend line. All right, let's see what can happen here. I can't believe that's short. That's going to haunt my dreams. Look at that thing. Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away. And there is no hindsight trading, by the way. If you're here, you heard me talk about that purple line. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can capture along here. It needs to drop down a little bit more. Anybody else thinking of going long? Give me a 1 if you're thinking of going long here. Not if you are long, if you're thinking of going long. Can you use data to trade a personal account, though? No. Nope. Not that I'm aware of. But I would also say put an end to trading personal accounts. No need. Don't risk your own capital. Stop risking your own capital. Stop risking your own capital. Come on. Okay, a lot of people are thinking of going long. That makes me feel good that I'm not totally like just seeing something random. Just got out. Fly short. Not yet. Of my shoe. Hindsight trading. A great name for a prop firm. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on down. Again, I'm not going to blindly buy. Okay, I like this. I like this. I can get it because this candle is about to be done in 30 seconds. In other words, this candle is going to stop moving around. Oh, no. Is this the bounce right here? No, like I said, I want to let this candle complete. Waiting for confirmation. My husband have engineering degree and accounting. Very good. So your husband does not like numbers is what I've gathered from that. He must despise numbers if he's got an engineering degree and an accounting degree. All right, new candle. Okay, here we go. Come down here, and then I'm putting a buy order right there. Got to hit the green line. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, that's close enough. Looking to get long at the green line. Trying to play a bounce off this area. I am in. And I'll take that scoopy scoop. Scoopy scoop. Okay, maybe another one here. No, Mrs. Slop. You trade your strategy, I'll trade mine. Can we find a common ground there, Mrs. Slop? Do we have a deal? You trade your strategy, I'll trade mine. Can we find a common ground there? Now, if this drops through here, we might have to put Mrs. Slop on timeout. Because that would imply, she's telling me to ride it up, which means I guess she's saying that this is going to go up. But if it doesn't, she'd be costing me a winning trade. My stop is 714. Okay. Entry on the trend. Okay. Again, I do admit, all kidding aside, yeah, sometimes a scalpy scalp makes you look like a genius. Other times a scalpy scalp makes you look like a bonehead. It happens. So yes, I mean, full transparency, my ego definitely wants to see this thing come down. That way I can look smart to have scalpy scalped. But for people like Mrs. Slop and other people that want to see it curl upwards, I'll cheer you guys on. Even if it makes me look stupid, that's okay. But yes, deep down in the crevices of my mind, the ego wants to see this thing just continue to drop. Because I'm well aware, if it goes up, I will look very stupid for doing a scalpy scalp. I may try another long, though. If it wants to come down here and then come back up, I might try to hop back in. Okay, option decoder. Right now, you are a 1 for 3. Of the trade plans that your algorithm has given us, you're 1 for 3. The last 2 days, they ultimately were stopped out. So 1 for 3, that's okay. 1 for 3 though. So what are we doing here? Yesterday 970 reached. Okay. Yeah, I mean it was maybe reached, but you definitely were stopped out before it ever reached that. Entry 950. 24,950. What? Yeah, okay, well, I think you have some typos. Your entry is 950. Well, that's a long ways away right now. I use 13 instead of 9 EMA. I use 23. That's cool, Jeff. Yeah. No, I like the 21 EMA quite a bit. But if that works for you, Jeff, that's awesome. That's great. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, brother. Yeah, I'm looking at potentially another long here to re-enter. I like how it's stable, apparently stabilizing out. Does it keep stabilizing? That's a whole other question. If I put my stop right there, that's 20. Okay, this is what we're going to do. If this comes down to the green line and then comes back up, I'm going to look to... All right, let me just get this out of the way. So again, what I want to see is the price come down to that green line again. And then if it starts to head back up, I will grab it long, or try to grab it long. No, but I don't... Okay, it's got to go down right now, not up. Should be long 925. Okay, Shubi is long. Oh, okay, stop. Okay, I got it mixed up. Stop is 913. Roger that. I'm guessing right down here. I think you mean 713. Yeah, you mean 713, I think. I'm so confused right now, Shubi. Now, wait, long 925. Huh? I think you got some numbers wrong in there. Just due to the algos picking off the standard EMAs. Yeah, I'm not a big believer in all that sort of stuff about the market makers picking stuff off, market makers stop loss hunting. I don't believe market makers don't control the market. So I'm not in that camp. What controls the market is supply and demand. It's as straightforward as that. Not a very mysterious story, not a very awe-inspiring explanation, but that is the actual explanation is supply and demand. That's what controls the market. There is no market makers out there that like, okay, let's build a bull flag here, fellas. Okay, we're all going to build a bull flag. That's definitely not how it works. But I'm going to buy at the green line if it wants to come up there. And we'll see if this thing does indeed want to curl up. Now, if it drops down below this crosshair, I'll have to cancel the trade plan out because my risk profile will get too big. But as of now, it's staying valid. Did it drop? Nope. Okay, got to cancel that out. Maybe I can try something right here instead. Yeah, let's try that. Buy at that green line. Put my stop right there. Now if it drops down through the... which, okay, got to cancel that out. Never mind. All right. Well, good try, Mrs. Slop. Good try. Stopped out. You told me, Mrs. Slop, to stay in and let it go up. Mrs. Slop was trying to make me lose money. That's savage. Mrs. Slop is a savage. They don't control it, but they do push price to match up buyers and sellers, aka stop hunt. No, stop it. Stop it. Think about what you said. They don't control it, but they do push the price up. Well, that is controlling it. They're pushing the price up. They are controlling it. But they do push the stop hunt. No. That's definitely not how it works. Nobody is hunting your stops. Market makers do not control the market. Think about what you're saying before you type it. No, they don't control the market. They just push the price of where they want it to go. What? That's control. I cannot believe Mrs. Slop told me that to stay in right there. Yeah, that also, Kevin Q, exactly. Right. Supply and demand control the market. Exactly. We are a part of supply and demand. But some people think that market makers literally can be like, hey, let's build a bull flag right now. Okay, well, let's push the price up, and then let's bring it back down. Let's get a bull flag, and then we can trap some shorts right here so that we can make it. Like, that's what some people literally believe. If that is your belief, then no, you are very sadly mistaken, and it's very easy to disprove that. Or it's very easy to prove that they do not control the market in that way. All right. Maybe a long here. Going to try a buy at that green line, see if it wants to bounce up off the 50 period. That is very contradictory. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what is very contradictory. Again, the more specific you are with your comments in a live stream, the better. Because a live streamer says a bunch of stuff, and then when you use words like it, they, that, they don't know what you're talking about. I am long. Trying to see if we can get a bounce off of the purple line. Little scalpy scalp there. Armando wants it to keep going up. Okay. I might hop in for another long. We'll see how it continues to behave at that purple line. Stop loss hit. Hey, good good discipline there, Zeus. So, Clay, do you know before you get in that the candle will be a scalp? Or is it candle by candle? All of the above. Got to remember, trade plans are fluid. Trade plans are fluid. Purple line is the 50-period simple moving average. Green line up here is the 21 EMA. So 50-period SMA. S is in sexy like me. And then green is the EMA. E is in elegant, eloquent like me. I realize the irony in that. I did not speak eloquently as I try to say the word eloquent. So I am aware of the irony, folks. You don't have to rub it in. Do I use a home water filter? No, I go out to the creek in our backyard and I put in a cup. So yes, the creek is my filter. All right, I'm a little worried about the likes, honestly. We're going for 260. I thought we'd have a chance at over 300. So let's hit that like button if you have not yet, please. I'm a little worried here. Let's try to keep the streaks going. Let's keep that likes heading up. So if you're enjoying, let's get at least to 260. Hit that like button if you are enjoying. Quint or Quint? I don't know. What is it? How do you spell eloquent? I don't know. I do see more than 206. I think you got to refresh your page. KCCP. Quant? No, aren't quants like the math guys? All right, I might try another long here. Well-defined stop. See if this thing does want to curl upwards. I want to see how this candle ends up forming. So less than 1 minute before this candle's done, and then I'll start to make some final decisions. Keep liking so the bar goes up. That's right, KCCP. I like KCCP. Okay, she's definitely a woman. Yep. I am scarred after that moment a few weeks ago when I so confidently talked about somebody being a woman, and then people are like, "That's a dude," and then I clicked on their picture and made it bigger. I'm like, that is a dude. They've never been back. So not, but that is definitely shaken my confidence and my ability to recognize a woman. All right, this candle is almost done forming, and then we'll see what we can cook up from there. Good. All right, good. She is a woman. Good. Okay. If this comes down here, I'm going to look to get long right somewhere around here. But I want to see it come down to a little bit below the purple line and then start to come back up. Clay, happy for you, brother. Way to salvage the account and grind your... Yeah, well, we're not out of the woods yet, but we're trying. You can't be in Thailand. Thailand is how you say that word. And a new subscriber. Well, cool. Thank you, KCCP. Well, we now have a situation where my little additional requirements have saved me from a lot of losing trades today, but in this situation, looking like it just prevented me from a winning trade. So that's okay. All things considered, I'll take the trade-off. Oh my goodness. Where are all these people coming from? Like, the honest question here. Who is teaching this strategy? Like, where you show up and then like you make a video for somebody and then you tell them how you can do all this sort of stuff. Like, I get multiples of these. So like, what course is this that's teaching you of this is how you should gather business? If you've taken a course like this and you're like, and this is how they're telling you should do stuff, I'm telling you, all you're doing is going to come across as very, very annoying to people. Hey, you are green today. I am green today for now. Man, those emails just keep showing up. Hey, we're only 15 likes away from the goal. Very good. Hit that like button. Let's get this to 260. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and do it right now because we should have no problem. But we need 4 minutes to get 14 more likes. If not, I'll just chalk it up. We'll call it a good 3-hour, 15-minute live stream. I'll call it good, and I'll be back tomorrow. But I will keep going. I still have mental capital, but I want to make sure people are actually still interested. So if you are still interested, again, that's not a vanity metric. I'm trying to gauge, are people still entertained? So if so, hit the like button. We got to get this up to our goal, which is 260 likes. We need to do it in the next about, okay, we need 3. We should be able to do it. But yes, now is the time to hit the like button if you have not. I try to manage my time as smart as possible. And if people are not really entertained or enjoying, that's cool. That's fine. I just want to know about it so that I know when for it to hit the stop loss. That trade was nice. Good job, Armando. There we go. All right, we are cranking. All right, we're gonna keep on balling then. Let's go. Thank you, everybody, for the feedback. I appreciate that. Because that's ultimately all it is. It's just a feedback mechanism if you're enjoying or not. Very good. Can you just make more winning trades? I mean, I can try. You got 32 eggs? Nice. Like the vid or the live goes off. Like I'll call it good on the live stream. But we're good. We're good. I got enough feedback of people still enjoying. Which is why it's polite to give pronouns. Well, I mean, in my defense, they're like small little circles. So like these are not exactly huge things. So looking at the small little picture here, I thought it was a woman, but it wasn't. Oh, really, Toaster? I thought you'd been here before. Huh. Uh-oh, my memory's starting to slip. Well, good. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying. Yeah, I thought you'd been here before. And good discussion earlier about the market makers. I've had that before, and some people lose their minds. They do not keep it adult-like. They do not keep it rational. But you did keep it adult-like. You kept it rational. So that was... I see where you're coming from, and I'd agree with how you're defining things. Keep streaming. I'm trying to learn. Good, Philip. Well, I'm going to keep streaming because we're up over 260. Would love to hit 300 likes, but we'll see what happens. The goal has been hit, though, so that's the main goal. If I reach goal today, how long does it take to get the funds in tomorrow? Because today is not yet over. So in theory, just because you pass, well, the session's not done. There still could be time where you go and do something and like blow up the account. So the session is not done until 5 p.m. Eastern. Maybe briefly, first time I stuck around. That hurts my feelings. So you've been here before and you're like, I'm not sticking around. That hurts. What time frame are you trading now? As always, I'm on the 2-minute time frame right here. And then over here, I'm mainly watching the 5-minute. I don't remember I bounced around. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. I mean, you hurt my feelings still. I will probably lose about 38 seconds worth of sleep tonight, but it's okay. I'll forgive you. Since you stuck around, that makes me feel better. Okay, maybe we're going to try to get another bounce off of the purple line. Might give it a go. Might give it a little stabby stab. All right, if it comes up to that green line, I'll look to try to get long. But if it drops down too low, then no soup for me. Okay, I'm in. I think I sold too soon on that one. I think I thought that it was more than what it was. Yeah, bad trade. I should still be in. I don't know. Maybe I end up looking out here, but yeah, that was it was a green trade, but not a good trade. It was a green trade, but not a good trade. Even if this plunges, doesn't matter. That was not a good trade. I was a little too quick on that one. It's Clay's fault. Now what? Now what is my fault? Now what did I do? Now what did I do? Something's my fault. I don't know what it is though. Not the first time in my life. Won't be the last. It's always my fault. Blame Canada. No, that's no good. I think I missed the trendline breakdown anyways. I was curious if it was... I guess it's right there. I don't know if I really trust that trendline though. Yeah, I'm going to just... If you want to leave that in there for yourself, that's cool. Zeus is short. That's true. Everything is my fault. That is true. This is starting to seem more like a short to me. I'm not confident enough though. So I'm going to have to sit it on my hands right now. Happy hump day. That's what my dog's. Another choppy period coming. I don't know. I don't think so. What we actually have here, I don't, whether or not you trust it is another question, but got a bear pennant right now. And this is still technically happening in an overall down. Okay, I'm about to talk myself into a short here. I'm about to talk myself into a short. This is a nice little bear pennant. The problem right now on the 2-minute, so the problem on the 5-minute with why the 5-minute isn't necessarily breaking down seems to be the 50 period here on the 2-minute. But it has cleared below. I don't know. Maybe I should be getting short here. Can I? I am short. Let's see what happens. Let's give it a try. A little smaller position size. But let's see if this bear pennant wants to deliver or not. I identify as Jake from State Farm. Good old Jake. Is 1K a day realistic for a beginner, or is that just a pipe dream? Lots of YouTube. No. For a beginner, no. As a beginner, your goal is to try to break even. Again, is 1K a day possible within a grand scheme of a journey? Again, not easy. Yes, possible. But per your premise, for a beginner, no. No. Anybody that is giving you that impression, run. Run the other way. Is the prop firm giving you access to level 3 data? No. Do you really need level 3 data? Is level 3 data, is that all it takes? I don't think so. I think it takes way more than what level of data you have. My opinion, of course. Do I want to add if this thing comes back down? I think I do. I think I do, folks. I'm going to add in a couple more at the red line. So technically, I guess it would be adding to a winner, but I may also just be needing to stop out here soon. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think this is my first loss of the entire live stream. Don't quote me on that, but I think this might be my first loss. Oh, this bear pennant looks so good though on the 5-minute. Gotta try to be strong. But at some point I gotta All right, I got to wave the white flag. Bummer. Watch this thing come right back down. Well, I think that... I don't know. Can somebody fact check me? Is that my first loss? If you hold it long enough, might turn. That's true. I mean, it might also just blow my account too. But that is not a false statement. It might turn. That's true. Fair point. If you're not waiting... yeah, we can see Pam's plant real quick. Again, Pam's plant is just the best way to go about day trading. And the best way to go about day trading, the most efficient way, is to day trade futures for these reasons, and to day trade futures through a prop firm for these reasons. So that is what is Pam's plant. That's what we do around here. That is what I preach around here. Pam's plant. So if you need to, who asked about that? Source, yeah, if you needed to pause to see it better, you can do that. Who is Pam? I just showed you Pam, and she has a plant. That's who, baby. I think I might have to try it again. This... Family planning from Pam. No. Pam's plant. If anything, she's a gardener. Look at the 5 minute. Doggone it. All right, I might just be getting suckered in here, but I'm going to give it a try. Let's see if we can finally get the breakdown here. That was a pretty big failure. I might have just gotten suckered in. Oh, no. That was only with 2? I guess I could... No. Come on. Give me don't fake break on me. Don't fake break on me. Again, trying to play this bear pennant here. It already took me out once. If this one takes me out again, I don't know. I'm not going to have one of these days where, like, late day session, I just start to hemorrhage my gains of the day. Not going to let it happen today. Come on, push down. Ooh, I'm getting so irritated right now. I want to just hop out because this is not cooperating. But I got to give it a chance. Full of transparency. I am battling the voices in my head right now. I'm done. Stupid thing. This will probably drop, but you just all witnessed what the emotions can do. Frustration, irritation, mainly generated because of this right here. I was right broadly, but that stupid move there came up, took me out, and then it made the move. Pam owes you money. Well... Pam is the only human that can use photosynthesis. Good job, Zeus. Yeah, I should still be in, but I'm a dent. I have officially entered into dented territory. I should still be in. That's a great pattern. Should still be giving it time, but I'm a dent. Had I not taken it there, oh, that would have been such an easy hold. But all I could think is this thing better not get me again. It better not get me again. It better not get me again. You know what? I'm just going to take the green. I can't stand it. That was the voice in my mind. It better not get me again. But that's why if that movement had never gotten me in the first place, then that's such an easy hold there. But that's a problem with ego, right? And that's also, and I'm not looking for pity, but that's also the problem with live streaming. Because I will fully admit, in my mind, I don't want to look stupid in front of the live stream, where this one fooled me, and then I get fooled again. How dumb would I look? I'm aware that's pathetic, dude. We're just random strangers. Don't Who cares what we think? And you're right, but like, it is. It's a real thing. For me, at least. Doggone it. Well, congrats. As I said, people should still be in. If you're still in, very well done. Very well done. But the thing is, the reason why I really don't have any excuse is all of you, like, the vast majority of the time, all of you are fantastic. Like, even if I got fooled, I don't see any names in here that would all of a sudden, like, idiot. Like, it just wouldn't happen. Not sure, sometimes people step out of the cracks, but yeah, there's some good. Yeah. Man. Problem is, even on the 5 minute, I was trying to be strong, but even on the 5 minute, it poked its head up through that 21 EMA. So, yeah, just that's how it goes sometimes. It took me out, came back down. Well, give me a 2. Give me a 2 if you took that short and you're still in. Give me a 2 if you not only took the short and are still in. All right, good. Yeah, no, you're right. Nobody wins all the time. That wasn't the problem. I would have had no problem if I got short there and it came up and took me out. I'm like, okay, yeah, nobody wins all the time. My worry was I had already been fooled once, so my ego did not want to allow myself to get fooled again, especially in front of a bunch of people. That's no fun. So that was the problem. The fact was, yeah, I get it. Nobody wins all the time, but I don't want to get fooled twice. That's embarrassing. Now, is this a revenge trade or is it not? I can't quite tell. I'm thinking about trying to play a continuation of the momentum, get short here, stop over there, but I don't know. That might be a little bit of a revenge trade right now. I can't quite tell. And we are at about 3.5 hours, so my mind does start to shut down a little bit right now. I have noticed that trend is after the 3.5 hour mark, I have given back gains relatively rapidly. Again, I seek no pity because I realize nobody is making me do this. So I don't say any of this from like a feel sorry for me perspective. I just say it from a self-reflection standpoint of things that I'm learning about myself as a trader who live streams. And I think I still have much to learn given I've only been live streaming about 7 months now. Do you trade every day? I do, yep. Every day I start at 11 a.m. East. Well, the live stream I start at 11 a.m. Eastern. In my defense, again, that would have been a win for confirmation as I would not have been filled. All right, I might look for a short here. If I can hit that red or that yellow line and then come back down. No, I will not trade until market. I will not live stream until market closes. Usually I make it around 4 hours to 4.5 hours on the live stream, and then I'm literally mentally dead. And at that point, the last thing I feel like doing is continuing to watch the market. I watched your streams from 7 to 8 years ago. I'm assuming you just mean my videos, because I've only been live streaming for about 7-8 months now. So I think what you probably mean there is what's up, Bach, is just videos. Because I have had the YouTube channel since 2013. Yes, only New York session, yeah. Believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, I do have a life outside of this. So no, I'm not looking to trade in the middle of the night or anything like that. I know. It's hard to believe that not only do I have a wife, but this wife was willing to make 6 kids with me. I know, that's hard to believe. But it's true. It's true. What does he mean by make 6 kids? I thought kids were dropped off by storks. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. You were dropped off by a stork and you landed on your parents' front porch. Exactly. Wow. Okay, now this is what I would call a V-shape right now. Down, and then essentially we're not quite at a V. A V would be basically right there, but yikes. This is rough for the shorts, that is. Anybody that was trying to take that short. Alrighty then. Well, so this is the kind of nonsense we're going to get all of a sudden. Yeah. What's up, Doc? Definitely videos. You did not watch. I don't even know if live streaming was a thing 7 to 8 years ago. Hey, Sam. Yeah, basically a V shape at this point. Now it's a question of, does it turn into a check mark? So we were at a V, but if this thing continues and it becomes a check mark, then that's where it's like really game over for shorts. Well, what a coincidence. Not that I'm totally hindsight trading right now. I had no plans of taking it, but look at that. Right off of the 21 EMA again. I am not trying to say the 21 EMA is a magical indicator, but is it an indicator that I think is worth at least maybe experimenting with? I think so. I think so. I was at an elementary school and to serve free lunch to students. Oh, well, it's okay. Okay. Looks like it's breaking the. Sorry, I was reading an email from the state of Michigan. Used to live in Michigan, not anymore though. Looks like it's breaking the bear pennant on the 5-minute. As far as I would say, the bear pennant has already played out. Like, it broke the bear pennant right here and then came all the way down here. I'm not saying you're wrong, just as in terms of how I was viewing the bear pennant, I would say it's already broken it. How do you get 21 EMA indicator? Well, Armando, if you watch this video right here, it'll show you how to set up my platform. So here we go, Armando. Give that a look. So this is short if it comes back down here. Or is that me trying to fit a square peg through a round hole? Thanks, Armando. Yeah, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you using code Clay. All of you that use code Clay, it really does. That is the engine behind the live stream. Using code Clay is what's going to keep things moving. Because if you've noticed, there are no ads. So I have turned ads off so you can all have a ad-free experience. So yes, if the live stream is going to continue, use code Clay. That plays a major role. And I know Armando has, so thank you, Armando. Could be an inverted head and shoulders in the 1 minute. Yeah, could be. Armando, you asked that yesterday, bud. I'm not sure he did. Maybe. If he did, I don't remember that one. Well, no short, at least for the way I was going to approach it, because the price never came back down here where I was looking to short. Okay, can we get at least 2 more likes? That way we're at a minimum of 275. 275 just has a better appearance to it. Okay, 1 more like. Hit that like button if you're enjoying. I'm a little shocked we didn't hit 3. I guess we still have time to hit 300 likes, but maybe tomorrow. And I'm still on a push for a new record. The record is 333 likes in a live stream. I don't think that's going to happen here, but I don't know. I guess never say never. What is the like? 333. Assuming no bot attacks. We've had way more likes if somebody does a bot attack, but yeah, I think, yeah, we have several different multi-name people show up. I am interested in a long down here. If it can come all the way back to this area, I think, You can get a nice tight risk profile. You know, buy right there, stop a little bit below those lows. So very small little risk. So if it does do something like that, I'm interested in a long. And I will blindly buy. Well, I guess now seeing this action right here. Yeah, I guess, yeah. In fact, let me throw out the order right there. I'll buy and then put the stop. Oh, yeah, I'll risk 4 points. I'll risk 4 points. I can do that. I can do that. I'll play that game. In fact, let me move it down a little bit more. There we go. Risk a little, about 5 points. So, yes, a little dangerous in the sense of it's a... In fact, let's just bring that down right there. There we go. So dangerous in the sense of I'm just going to blindly be buying. And if this comes down, 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 I'm not going to have any confirmation. But on the flip side of that, I'm risking like 4 points. More like 3.25 point. So in other words, if I'm wrong, yes, it will be a red trade, but I'll still be plenty green on the day. And that's what I care about. So at this point, I am totally trading defensive. I want to be green. When you first get started, you know, if you go up like $100, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like to all of a sudden go into defensive mode, like, okay, I want to be green. It's like, I mean, you're only up $100. But like at this point, yeah, I definitely want to stay up $100. Can I use your setup to trade from the UK? Yes, you can. Yeah, the prop firm that I use right here are their banned countries. And you can see here that the UK, where's the use? So you do not want to see your country on this list. So yeah, there's the use. No United Kingdom. So yes, you can trade in the United Kingdom. Again, if you see your country on this list, sorry, unfortunately, you would not be able to use the prop firm that I'm using. But yes, if you're in the UK, Philip, you're good to go, brother. Higher time frame, still bearish. Well, on this time frame, it's worth a 4-point risk. What about Germany? Well, let's see. Where are the G's? No Germany. So yes, also available to people in Germany. Use code CLAY. Yes, you can use this platform in Germany. Use code CLAY. Get the discount and no activation fee. You are welcome. That's what I really do like about Pam's Plant and Take Profit Trader is there's so many, like over my course of teaching and all that, the amount of people from Canada, India, Australia, and then Europe that were like, hey, Clay, I want to trade the U.S. markets. What do you recommend? And it's like, there is never like a standard practice answer. But now with Pam's Plant, given that Take Profit Trader is open to all those countries, it's so convenient. Clay, what's your highest payout? I don't know. How is that relevant to anything? I don't know. I don't know what my highest payout is. Nothing massive. I've never had like a $30,000 payout. You think TPT is a multi-million-dollar company? Probably. Yep. I mean, when you're the best in the industry, you probably got to be doing pretty well. Since you're a Buckeye fan, I hope you didn't live in Michigan the last 4 years while Michigan didn't. I was there for a while. But they also remember the previous 8 or 10 years or whatever that was. Made $45 on micros. Good job, Captain Price. I'm glad that you're putting your money where your mouth is now and making some trades. What about you, LaSure Lagini R? What's your highest payout? Actually, I don't care. Don't worry about it. Because it is irrelevant. Water, thank you. Again, looking to go long at the green line down here. Stop is a little bit below. We'll just see if we can get some sort of bounce off of there, folks. You know? Khalistan. Why do you keep saying Khalistan? What is that? We just had another spike at 712, but I wouldn't be all aggressive, so took micro shorts. Roger that. Well, good job on your trade. Congrats. on the list. Khalistan? Is that a? I've never heard of that. No, I don't see a Khalistan. Those are the K's right there. Kiribati? I've definitely never heard of that country. I am still trying to pass the challenge. Gotcha. I hit max profit of target. I guess I'm done for the day. I mean, if you're doing the racehorse model, get another horse started. Mr. Salty, I have good news. You don't have to sit in anticipation. You can grab that scroll bar and you can take it back to the start and you can just start watching. I've made probably, I don't know, 10 trades today, maybe more. Yeah. No, you can have as many as you want. Max 5 pro accounts. So you can have 5 racehorses at once, but you can have as many horses in training as you want. No, I am from Ohio. We're in Ohio. I am also from Ohio. I appreciate your videos, Clay. Really helped me understand. Well, good, Jemby. Glad you're enjoying. From Mr. Borat. Oh, yeah, I've never seen those movies, so did not get that reference. All right, I'm trying to be patient. Trying to practice what I preach. Be patient. So trying to be patient, see if it wants to come down to this area. Watch this be one of these where I'm patient for 20 minutes and then the trade lasts for like 2 seconds because it fills me and then just stops me out. Hopefully it's not one of those. How do people trade from their phones? That, yeah, as somebody that does not trade from my phones, I'm not willing to say that it's impossible because I do know some people that do pretty well from their phones. But for me, I'm with you, Domsky. I'm like, how do you pull that off? But it does seem to be possible. You know what? I'm just going to ask, just because we are actually close, do we have 11 more likes out there? I'd love to hit 300 likes. That'd be great. So if you have enjoyed, if you are enjoying in any way, same or form, any way, shape, or form. Can you see the brain start to shut down? Any way, shape, or form. Hit that like button. Would be awesome if we could actually get this up over 300 likes. That'd be amazing. Extreme and non-conviction. Yeah, it does seem to just be kind of putzing around right now. I'd agree with that. Heart metal. Armando looks like it's going to be in the chop. Yeah, it might be. I use IBKR on my phone. I prefer my charting on laptop. Well, the fact you're trading with interactive brokers is wild, because that means you're using your own funds. The fact you're risking your own funds is wild, in my opinion. Absolutely wild. I'm coming with all my fake accounts I used to argue. Well, don't do fake likes. I want it to be real likes. I appreciate the effort, though. Like, I've had a couple of them, and they're like, yeah, I'm my 18th account. I'm like, well, no, I want real likes. Oh, look, here's an ace. Like, it just dawned on me. I have not turned on my fan the entire time. Fall must be here in Iowa, because I have not been getting actually that hot. Whoa, $2.99. Amazing. Amazing. I guess I'm still assuming we can get one more. Who's going to be 300? That's what I want to know. This is Sparta. Oh, I don't know. We went from $2.99 to $3.01. No, stop. Stop doing another account. I want real likes. All right, I'm going to try this short here, the red line. Even if it just comes down to, test the bottom of this area, that could be interesting. Now, what am I doing? What am I doing? Stick with the plan, Trey. My name is Clay. Stick with the plan, Clay. There we go. I kid you not. I kid you not. I hit that 3.5 hour mark, and man, it's a struggle. Like, it's weird how the brain works. I have a hard time saying words right now. But you guys did such a good job hitting that like button. I owe it to you. Push through it. Push through it, Clay. Nobody's asking for your excuses, boy. I don't think I'm crazy. That I guess in my defense, that would have been a beautiful short. Little scalp right there. Anyways. I don't know. Is that the short right there? I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. That's what's in my mind right now. I don't know. What's going on in your mind right now? That right there. Is that a potential short area? Well, as of now, no. But what happens if this green candle fails? Can you imagine how longs are feeling? And then imagine if this green candle disappears. Imagine how they would then be feeling at that moment. First, learn to use this, and then I'll teach you to use this. Anybody know that quote? It's one of my favorites. First, learn to use this, and then I'll teach you to use this. And he pulls out a big sword. One of my all-time favorite quotes, and such a good lesson. Correct. Braveheart. Does anybody know the uncle or the character's name? Not the actor that played the character, but the actual character. What I traded the opening bell with my private community, Kamish. Kamish, I feel like I've answered that question for you many times before. Again, my private community, if you want to, like, we actually, I mean, crushed it in the private community. Where did my cursor go? Oh, there it is. So, like, private community this earlier. Where's my, there it goes. So, like, right here from the private community, earlier before the live stream started, mapped out that bear pennant right there. Beautiful bear pennant right there, mapped out for members right there, you can see. And then from there, where was that? Right, okay. So here's that bear pennant that I just mapped out there, brought, roughly speaking. Got the break right here, and then ba-boom. And given the price is $99, not per month, but every 3 months, which breaks down to $8.25 per week, I think those sorts of alerts are well worth $8.25 per week. In my opinion. In my opinion. So if you are interested, I'll put a link right here for you, Kamish. Or I'll just say, I'll just put it there. Anybody can, everybody's welcome, but there you go. Private community. There you go. But there you go, the link right above you. It was his uncle from Wales, Uncle Argyle. Oh, Kevin, very good. Uncle Argyle. Yes, Uncle Argyle was a wise, wise man. Juanita was that Telegram. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Was that? I am not on Telegram. If anybody gets a message from me on Telegram, that would be a scam. That is definitely not me. I might be talking myself into a trade here. Oh boy, that's a juicy trend line, folks. That is a juicy trend line. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do I trade gold? No, I don't like to. I like to trade things that are easier. Trading gold is a great way to get chopped to pieces. Why? I do not understand why so many people are obsessed with trading gold. I don't get it. I do not get it. Now, if gold was like, okay, highest volume, was a smooth mover, I get it. But like when you have MNQ, MES, EQ, EQ, NQ, ES. Yep, thanks, Rob. It is at least nice that I have a stop loss. So even if I were to forget about it and get filled, at least I'd be stopped out. But thank you, I appreciate that. That's true. It does sound cool to be like, I trade gold. That is true. Because when you say, like, I trade ES, people are like, what? Or, like, I trade the NQ, or like, huh? But if you could say, I trade gold, that's legit. Wally, I'm not a fan, mainly because that person is promoting things that don't make sense anymore. Small caps, low floats, I understand those things had a place 5-6 years ago, but now with micro futures and prop firms, those sorts of stocks are so risky, and you have to use your own funds to trade those stocks. Not to mention they don't even move as good as futures anyways, but even if things just move the same, you have to risk your own capital. You have to use your own capital to trade that sort of stuff. And, I mean, when there's halts that exist, not a fan. Again, 5-6 years ago, that stuff made sense when there weren't any other choices. But, because you could not 5-6 years ago, like, it would be very unwise as somebody that's new to just jump in and start trading NQ futures. Because NQ futures, oh boy, do they move. And they move so quick. That is why the invention of the micros really helped out. Because now that gives people the ability to ease into futures, to figure things out in futures. So that's why micro caps, small caps, low floats, penny stocks, it's just, it makes no mathematical sense to trade those things anymore. And to think that some people still push those things, I understand why, because that's what they've built their whole brand around. But like, there are, again, mathematically provable, way more risk-friendly ways to go about day trading. I lost 1K on gold today. One bad trade with DCA and bad setup working on NQ to get money back. Yeah, yeah. Is a breakout coming? I see what you're saying. I can see that Soak. In fact, this is what Soak's looking at. I'm going to read his mind. Boom. That's what he's looking at. Am I right, Soak? Is that what you're looking at? Did I just read your mind? There you go. Good call, Soap. Doggone it. All right, on the breakout, if you're long, not trying to scare you, just helping you make aware, keep in mind it's approaching that purple line right there, which past history has shown us right there, that purple line. It can bring a wallop. Doesn't mean that it's going to smack the price back down again, but just be aware of it. Just be aware of it if you are long. And if you are long, though, congrats. You got the breakout. Let's see if we can get more continuation. Yeah, on the YouTube. Exactly. Yeah, right, Amex. The small cap, penny stock, low float, that ship has sailed. It has sailed. And again, it's a very easy mathematical argument to present. In fact, that is one of my favorite things is when somebody shows up and they're like, oh, whatever, I just crushed it with, and they give me a small cap that moved really big. And then I ask them for some numbers. And then you start to consider how much money they put in. And then I start to compare that with prop firms and copy trading. And long story short, yeah, those things seem big, but then you're like, wow. So you were risking way more to make less, yet you needed a huge move. Where in the world of prop firms and futures, you risked very little. You didn't need that big of movement, and yet you still would have made more money than what you're just bragging about on your small cap. Like, in some senses, I feel bad about it because I show up there thinking, and I'm like, so that's why I always ask for permission. Do I have permission to rain on your parade? Because I'm literally about to rain on your parade. Because, yeah, the numbers are just the numbers. It's been a while since we've done that. We need a small cap person to show up and, brag about one of their big wins. And then I can demonstrate exactly how Pam's plant, day trading futures through a prop firm, is just mathematically better. All right, I'm going to cancel these out. It's not looking like that's going to happen, so... I think Amex meant open orders like an open position. Open as in like that number is fluctuating around. Yeah, so on that, what is that called? Like, so if I put an order here, what is that called actually? Like I can understand why people would say that's an open order because it's an order that's open, but I always considered maybe my thing is an open position. Maybe when this is fluctuating, that's an open position with the terminology. I don't know. The things you consider. All right, we do have an area of resistance right here. Trying to get short. Uh-oh, was I too late? Nope. Okay, filled. Let's see if this thing does want to come on down. Green line is my first target. Down to the open orders are good every day until... Yeah, I think what I meant was open position. So right now I have an open position. I love that candle. I could not ask for a better candle. Now it's just a question of doesn't want to work out enough to at least hit that first profit target. Took one out there just in case it did exactly that and bounced off of that area. So it could still be a losing trade. It'll just be a more of a minor trade, minor losing trade, because at least I was able to reduce position size and then pull out a little bit of small. So that was more of a risk management trade there to pull out that one, because I just thought, I was like, oh crap, it might want to bounce off that area, and it did. So I'm definitely glad I took that one out. So again, I am not in the sweet spot. It could still be a losing trade overall, but it'll at least be a little minimized. I'm going to move that target down to that right there. So let's see if we can't get down through the purple line. If we can't, oh well. If it bounces, oh well. Small losing trade, given the way I've now managed risk on it. Still a losing trade, but it'll be very minor. So yeah, let's play ball. Let's see if this does want to roll over. I mean, I love the setup. You have an upper shadow here, upper shadow here, upper shadow here. So the sellers are still here, no doubt about it. It's just now become a question of, are the sellers still strong enough to produce a push back downwards? And to that, I do not have the answer. So that's why you got to manage risk, because maybe the buyers that are showing up are going to be strong enough to overwhelm the sellers. And if that's the case, well, this will be a losing trade. But if history repeats itself and the sellers show back up, then yeah, we'll see. We'll try to play ball. There you go. Get down through the purple line. Come on, push down through it. Don't bounce again. Oh, that purple line, you 50 period moving average, you little scumbag. It's a little dirty rat. It's a rat. Twice now, right off that level. So that's annoying, but that does also make me feel better that if the price can actually push down through there, that could... The leverage is nothing. What I'm doing, the leverage is just whatever your account is. So it tells you right here. If you go to the prop firm for $102, you're able to buy 6 minis or 60 micros. For 198, you're able to get 12 minis or 120 micros. I'm thinking, do I want to maybe add? Like if this comes back down, maybe try to add to a winner? But is that me out fancying myself? Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. I'm going to pass on adding. Again, my stop is the green line up here. So it could still be a losing trade, even though I did lock in a little gains, but... Uh-oh. And am I about to get stopped out? I am stopped out. All right. Well, I'm glad I took that one out down there, but the purple line turned out to be the bane of my trade plan. That dirty dog. So again, what the leverage, that is one of the great things about the prop firms is you have, for a very little amount of money, you get really, really impressive leverage. And then in terms of the prop firms, I put my name next to 2 of them. But there's a couple different categories. First off, if you are intermediate or advanced prop firm trader, meaning you've traded with other prop firms and you've never tried take profit, give them a try. I promise you will love them. How can I make that promise? Well, I've yet to meet anybody that has traded with other prop firms that gets to the payout phase of take profit trader and then starts complaining about daily payouts. Never seen it happen. Daily payouts are amazing. They're awesome. I think the record we've seen here on the live stream is somebody was able to get 14 days worth of payouts in a row. That's some good stuff there. And then also, if you're a beginner, definitely start with Take Profit Trader because they have such a clean set of rules. Maybe you've heard of Apex. Maybe you've read some really bad things about them, that they're a scam, but they're not. What happens is this. Beginners to the prop firm world start off in Apex, and then they just get confused, overwhelmed by all the rules, and they get sketched out, and they're like, well, no. You just didn't understand all the rules because there are a lot of rules. But as a beginner, that's why I say Take Profit Trader, because they are very clean in their rules. They have very, very clean set of rules, so you're not going to get all overwhelmed by things. And then as a beginner, after you start with them, and then you turn yourself into this category of trader, at that point, if you want to expand your empire, you want to get more accounts, then sure, hop on over to Apex because they do pay. They've been around a while, so but they definitely just do have a whole lot more rules. And then, as I always mention, if you want to support the live stream, code CLAY is the way to do that. That gives you the promotions, which will save you money anyways. But as much as I enjoy doing this, and my proof there, like I always say, we're at 4 hours, and I'm still sitting here doing this. So I do like it, but it's got to be, quote-unquote, worth my time. I have 6 kids. I'm a husband. I am a father, and I would argue it's very irresponsible for me if I'm going to pull 4 hours out of my schedule to go do something that doesn't yield a whole lot, monetarily speaking, because I got to take care of my family. So that is, and if you notice, ads are turned off. So literally, I've made no money from any of this, from ads or anything. So if you do want to help out by keeping the live stream going, by quote unquote making it worth my time, I know that rubs some people the wrong way, but it's the truth of the matter. That's how the world works. I'm trying to be a good father and husband, and I can't be, like I said, taking 4 hours out of my schedule and then just rainbows and butterflies, doing everything free of charge. Sorry, if that offends you, I don't know what to tell you. But if you do enjoy, and if you want to help contribute to making sure the live stream keeps moving, using code CLAY not only helps you out by saving you money, but it will help with the live stream. And then also, I am offering a free class tomorrow. So if you are a beginner or a struggling trader, either one, now anybody's welcome to join. But if you're like a battle-hardened veteran, why beginner TPT? Oh, I just explained that why. So you must have asked that before I gave my explanation. But if you want, the free webinar is right there. Again, beginner trader, newer trader, to get signed up for it. If you're a battle-hardened veteran, I'm not sure you'll find any value. But those other categories, I think it's at least worth a try. So make sure to check that out. That will actually be tomorrow evening. And that is all I have. I'm going to go ahead and call it good. And on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, we got up over 300 likes again. That's awesome. Thank you, Clay, for the explanations. My hours for a real job don't allow me to win. Thank you, Zombie. Oh, yeah, good to see you, Zombie Driver. But anyways, yes, on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, if you're not yet a subscriber, subscribe, turn on notifications so you are reminded of when I do go live. But I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, and hopefully see you there. So again, use code CLAY. It helps. It actually makes a very big difference. And make sure you, thanks, Eggy. I'll get water. And I'll see everybody back tomorrow at 11 a.m. So everybody take care and enjoy the rest of your day.